Hello everyone, welcome to the Tepe Sigeman Chess Tournament 2026. Here we have Magnus Carlsen versus Jorden van Foreest. We have Zhu Jiner, who is already at the board against Andy Woodward. She's going to be taking him with the white pieces. And there you go, we have the big clash, Arjun Erigaisi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Guys, Arjun is black. Nodirbek is in excellent form here. Yesterday with the black pieces, he had a very smooth draw with Magnus Carlsen. What do you think is going to be the result today? Also, we have Kaan against Nils Grandelius, who has been 0 out of 3, has been having a tough tournament, but again he's playing with the black pieces. Can he score his first, half a point or a victory? It's not going to be easy. How are you all? And what's up in life, guys? Are you enjoying this tournament? Nodirbek there at the board with a small glass of water. It's just 2 minutes left for the game to begin. Let me just open the chat and check if everything is fine, if you can hear me. We already have a member. Wow. Ishan Godbole. क्या बात है? Thank you. Here I am, guys. Hello. क्या चल रहा है? Thank you, Ishan, for becoming the member, the backer of Indian chess. And even before the stream began, very sweet of you. ADM says round 4 Sweden time, round 3 India time. Arjun's game today against the Uzbek will be his most important game in tournament, playing black against a tournament favorite. If he can manage to win, it will be worth at least 1.5 to 2 point swing. That's very, very true. But with black, not easy. We have Peter Doggers over there taking photos. Nice to see Peter, doing the coverage. Also, guys, let me know, would you like to have some music in the background? Oops. I might have to reduce the sound though. Oh, Van Foreest Jorden already at the board. He is somebody who has some amazing opening preparations. We have seen him. And it seems that maybe the first move he's asking, because the inauguration is going to happen on this board. So he asked Jorden, which move would you like to make? And he told, I guess, d4, yeah? Some light talks and no music, please. Acha. So फिर, do you prefer no music, like complete shanti? Let's say if I'm also not talking. Would you like this? Don't put music. And Magnus Carlsen today on time. Maybe just 1 minute late. Okay, what happened? Did he forgot something? Did he forget something? Like, he just shook his head and I don't know, was it his wallet he forgot? Was it to say bye to Ella? And we also have, wait, I think the inauguration is going to happen. We have the chief guest over here. I don't know his name. We will find out very soon, but definitely an important personality, a VIP there, going for e4. That was the move Jordan said he's going to play. So, maza aane wala hai. I always love to see e4 more than d4. And Jordan has not even taken the move back. Wow. Excuse me, the camera, you have to take care. Thank you, thank you. But this is very interesting. I might be seeing this for the first time that you make a move and you've not taken it back. Peter, you will have to move slightly aside. Or maybe send us the photos immediately. Oopsie. Whoa! E4, C5 on the board. मजा ही आएगा. ब्लेजर भी निकाला है मैग्नस कार्लसन ने. लेट्स गो. टिंग चक टिंग चक टिंग चक टिंग चक. मैं तो म्यूजिक देने ही वाली हूँ गाइस. What about that? Then do you prefer the other music? And where is Ajju bhai? Camera हिल रहा है guys. Stream is fine. First I thought earthquake is happening, but no, everything looks fine. Knight f3 there. And here we have Ajju bhai taking Nodirbek goes with c4 and we have e6 there. I'm going to be getting everything. The bars are going to be there. The main screen is going to be there. Just wait a bit. And Sagar has reached Poland. Johan Sigeman doing the first move, says Hasse Sabon. Wow, he is the main sponsor of the event. Thank you so much. So nice. I mean, I do hope to meet him one day because I think it's really a sponsor which, the products I've loved that they are the part of chess. Well, where is Magnus? Okay, there. Hello, guys. The bars are set. E4, C5, Knight F3. We are going to go for open Sicilian. It seems like that. And if open Sicilian, which one would Magnus go for? Dragged off, Dragon, Pelican, Knight off. Any guesses there? He just went and I think he got a big glass of water. Yeah, today the glass of water has become taller. I guess yesterday it played basketball. So thank God d4 and no bishop b5 check, no Rosalie move, no Moscow variation. This makes me happy. C takes d4. Dragendorf. Okay, I think that's very likely Fendi. Kalashnikov. Even classical Sicilian is possible. Let me just stand actually. यहाँ तक तो ठीक है. Knight f6, Knight c3. Woohoo! Are we gonna see a novelty? Nice, nice, nice. A6. Knight off, guys. Did anyone guess knight off? No one. Not many people guessed though, but no, knight off wasn't guessed. Okay, we have Anish Giri's course and F4 immediately played by Jordan. I don't know. Was he expecting this? He did not even, you know, take any time. But how cool is it that we are in a classical game? Magnus with the black pieces is gone for nothing solid like e4, e5, but in fact is gone for Sicilian knight off, which is solid. Who is one player on top level who has played knight off a lot? Maybe two, three players. Of course, Anish, you know that. But who else? Who else keeps playing knight off no matter what? ChessBase, what to do if there are no tournaments in your region? Maybe you can find some online tournaments. Oh, he's taking time, yeah? That means this is definitely not what he expected. For knight off, the main lines are bishop e3, h3 is also very, very popular. Then there is also bishop e2 with then bishop e3 or bishop g5 and so on. So these would be the top moves to play go for. I think what happens with f4, much fewer games in general, and Magnus is thinking because whenever there is a pawn on f4 and knight on d4, one of the moves which black always wants to try and see if it works or not is e5, because it kind of forces. Normally, if you don't have the knight on d4, what happens is white goes f5, right? He has a choice to go f5 and he gets the control of d5 square with g4 and g5 and so on. So e5, if you get a successful one, and let's imagine black generally prefers to capture back with the knight, but such a situation, because it's a very early e5, black would be super happy, like super duper happy, and that's why Magnus will go for e5, I believe, and white is not going to take no chance. White will move back the knight, and something like this we might be looking at. Okay, so f4 while Magnus is thinking, because I think he will take a bit of time, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes more or something. Let's go to Ajibhai's game and see what he is doing over there. So c4, e6, knight c3 played, d5 goes for d4, bishop e7, delaying knight f6 because you don't want bishop g5. C takes d5, e takes d5, and white says, okay, no problem. It's not the only square I need to go. Bishop f4, knight goes to f6, e3, and the thing is, because of the early c takes d5, e takes d5, the light square bishop, which usually, is sitting on c8, a bit grumpy, is so happy to be on f5 diagonal. Knight goes to e2. Wow, what is this? Nodirbek has played. In fact, Arjun is still in preparation. Nodirbek also short castle, and very quickly rook c1 there. So bishop e6 played. Now this move for Arjun was played in 30 seconds. No doubt that he's prepared. And Nodirbek has started thinking here. Would this be the move which he's not expecting? Because look at this. Why would somebody who has a nice bishop on a beautiful open diagonal want to take the bishop back? What could be the reason? Also, when especially you can move this knight, you can develop. Let's just look at this move, okay? If knight c6, I was thinking if any ideas with knight b5 are issues, but not really. Maybe not. Why not? If I go rook c8, yeah, maybe nothing much is happening. Okay, but let me look at the comments, guys. I had asked you a question and I did forget, but wow, Batish, Gayatri, Renuka, you guys were right. MVL is the player who plays amazing, knight off, You have to see his games. Even when there was a point where people were like, come on, you can't play Night Off anymore. Like the preparation, the theory, just be lost. But he still kept playing. He believed in the opening. Like he's a true passionate Night Off player, I would say. जॉन सेज मैम ने अमृता को स्टैंड अप कर दिया, आज होमवर्क नहीं किया इसके लिए. हाँ, we will see as Kaan also. Arjun is well prepared. Vikas says Sagar Shah is full happy today. Why? Okay, so bishop e6 is definitely out of the book for Nodirbek, or he will have to recollect over here. And I'm also, I mean, this was not my move if I had to play. But if I go knight bd7, there's a problem. No, there is no problem. Queen b3 is not a problem at all because knight simply jumps to b6. Yeah, black is so happy to get this so early. I think anyway knight g3 was coming as a tempo. So he goes back asking him, okay, now you go knight g3. And the next move what I'm going to do is black to play, guys. The first question, wait a second, before you start answering, let me start the chat chess moves. Let's go, black to play. Tough question for all of you. लाइट का थोड़ा सा Will you, Sagar, be back to Raleigh, North Carolina anytime soon? Highly possible. We will try our best in July. I'll talk to my friends Anu and we somehow Magesh and Anu. We would love to meet them and visit their academy again. Okay, so c6, c5, bishop e4. These are the moves, but many of you, the chat chess moves right now is picking up. I think I have to refresh. But many of you have found it. Let me take the names. Those who got it right. Pratyush. Oh, only Pratyush, but many times. And then Aniket. Only two people got it right. The move wasn't so easy. So c5. And you will feel normally if you take and bishop takes, will there be a disco? For example, knight takes d5. The problem, this doesn't work because when you take here, if rook takes c5, black is going to chop this. If you chop this, then these pawns are weak and you have all these queen d1, king d1, bishop a2, you recover the pawn in such a better situation. So c5 is coming very quickly, and that's why what Nodirbek did was not knight g3 but bishop goes back to g3, and this move kind of gives a hint that he knows the knight belongs to f4 and not g3. And in the same scenario, if now black goes c5, you take, bishop takes. The point is you have isolated your pawn and the knight is very happy to put pressure on d5. So bishop g3 played, and there has been a game between Landa and Hasslinger in 2014, 2640 versus 2543, where white had won. So let's see what Arjun plays, but I really like his opening choice. Fendi says, excellent, I cannot wait. I would love to sponsor one of my club members the opportunity to travel to Raleigh to attend your event. Oh, okay, there's also, okay, that happens definitely. So in July, there is Naroditsky Memorial happening in Charlotte. So this we have decoded Arjun's game as of now. Quickly going to the Sicilian game, and then we will look at other games also. Magnus Carlsen's game after f4 e5 has been played. Array! जो बोला था वो हो गया. Nice, nice. e5 has been played and white did not go for f3 and b3. Both options were possible. Not f5 because knight f5. Can I not take here? Yeah, I could take here, but I could also ignore and just simply develop my knight as well. So I'll take it later. Knight b3 was played by Jordan, who still has 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock. Okay, and Magnus is down to 1 hour 19 minutes. How rare is such a situation? I think he's going to enjoy classical tournament because he's using time. You know, normally you can even get bored because you're playing very fast, your opponents are thinking, but it doesn't seem the case. Zhu Jiner also knight off. We'll go there. So knight b3 has been played and Magnus is thinking he can develop the knight over here. He has to decide whether to basically take the pawn or be okay with whatever it is so that if f5 comes, if you have an answer. So that would be a question. So let's say if you take the pawn on f4, bishop takes f4. First of all, many times the bishop has to, develop on e3. And then a move happens like e takes f4, where the bishop again has to make another move. But in this case, you see that white is saving one move. He's directly jumping to f4, which is a slight advantage for white. Now looking at d6 pawn, which is isolated. So this kind of favors white. So I believe Magnus is not going to take on f4. That is discarded, which means that he should be okay even if white gets f5 and g4 and all that. Then you have to look at the ideas with future d5 break. So why not just develop your knight to c6 or d7 would be a question. Yeah. So this is what Magnus is thinking. He's down to 1 hour 17 minutes and we will in that time go and check out Let me just bring the board here. Yep. Not at all interested in looking at the board. But guys, he's thinking. Okay, let's go to the next game, which is Yagiz Kaan versus Nils Grandelius. Yep, there you go. And it started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. We have Rai Lopez. Bishop c5 is played, c3, knight f6, short castle, and d4 immediately on the board. Wait a second, something is not the main line. Where did it deviate? Bishop b5, bishop c5. Okay, knight f6 was delayed, but it can convert. Bishop goes to b6 and now white is thinking. So they're in the opening, but Yaz is down to 1 hour 18 minutes and Niels is 1 hour 13 minutes. Maybe Niels tries to, take advantage this time because you know that your opponent's weakness is getting under time pressure. But you also know that your opponent's strength, paradoxically, is when he's under time pressure, he's way stronger. So it's going to be very challenging for Niels with the black pieces to fight this prodigious guy. And I believe he will be very much looking for his even half a point here because at least you start feeling a bit comfortable in general. Ajubhai got more black pieces than any other player in this tournament. I checked all the pairings. Yes, Tantra, but it will like in the end rounds he will have white, which actually can also be very useful. The problem is with the black pieces, if you have a bad start, then like that is the big risk. Like when you start with the white pieces, mainly you have a better start and then you are in the flow, right? But here, if you are able to manage good results with black, then it's actually an initiative to have in the final rounds white pieces. Dilip Kumar, what was it about? Is it possible to let me know any product problems or something like that? And then when did you send a mail? Let me know so I can tell my team if any product issues. Comfortable, is it a new kind of table? Which one? The one which I am using or the one which the players are playing on? Amrita, thumbnail shows round 3, says Jaya Sudhakar. Arey, thank you. I will inform. Yeah, sometimes it could happen. Everybody is working a lot, and silly mistakes are a part of working. Hmm. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much. I have given you a message. So Bishop B6 and Yaz Khan is thinking, let's go to Zhu Jiner's game over here and see what's happening. Oh my god, look at her. Like, is she thinking in, like, I don't even think she's looking at the board. This is also Sicilian. They started with e4, c5. Andy played knight off, but here we have bishop d3 variation. Not the main line for sure. Very less. In fact, bishop d3 is not the best thing. So black should already be very happy with this choice of white. Knight goes to e2. It might be a bit solid and more positional. Short castle, bishop e6 and king h1. She's going to go for f4. Rook c8, knight d5. This is interesting because, principally many times they say that if the knight is on d5, you should capture with the bishop. That's what they say, that the knight is important. But in this case, let's say if I have to capture with the bishop, then after e takes d5, first of all, if you take on d5, guys, white to play the first tactics of the day, what do you do? Yes, but Dilip, where did you send a mail and was it about product? If you can just let me know, would be nice. I think you may have missed when I did ask you for that. This game is going to be a fight, says Fendi. Totally agree. Bishop takes a6. Everybody wants to take the pawn over here. Uh, but actually, bishop takes a6, b takes a6, queen takes d5 and disco, and you have recovered the pawn and it feels pleasant for white, but yeah, it may not be as much as you think so. The right move was to actually, you had a tactic over here, which was a better discovered attack with bishop f5, attacking the rook and also the knight. So winning an exchange here. So you cannot really win the pawn, which means that either you have to leave the knight as it is and at the right time take on d5, and in this regard, maybe knight d5 as well. Because for black, look, he goes bishop e7, let's say. Then white goes c4. Like, you don't want to take the bishop over here at this point of time. Though it's possible, but when it is absolutely necessary, because many times we have seen in such positions, absolute end, these are the three minor pieces which are out of the board. And then we are talking about this knight versus the bishop, with the knight being superior piece against that black bishop. So Knight d5 played by Zhu Jiner, and Andy is thinking Zhu Jiner also has more time, and Andy needs to take the pawn with the knight. E takes d5 and bishop takes d5. This is the position he needs to enter, and maybe Zhu Jiner is prepared over here with the move f4 with the king in the center, breaking open over here. So she has given a pawn sacrifice, guys, like so bold, like absolutely bold, and I'm impressed that like this girl is fearless, too good. I don't even think like she cares about results and all. She is definitely enjoying her chess. I can feel it. Look at it. If you go e4, now bishop takes a6 because now it's already scattered structure. Wonderful. I'm going to come back here, guys. Keep a watch, and if we reach the position of f4, please ping me on the chat over here. I mean, WhatsApp number. No, you can't ping me over there. You don't have it. But Magnus Carlsen. Oof. Let's go. E5 was played. Knight b3. Bishop e7 by Magnus. Not developing the knight yet. Fe5. Ooh. You are actually exchanging the queens. Queen takes d8, and now Magnus is thinking, should I take with the bishop or king? Guys, what do you think you will take with? Because there's only two moves possible, and let's see what Magnus will do. How many of your moves will match with him? What is TVK? What a bishop d5, ed5, knight b4 to prepare knight d5. Okay, in that position. Can I not defend a pawn there? Yeah, with what are you going to capture? Bishop or the king? You'll capture back the queen. Oops. With the bishop or the king. Yeah, Magnus, if you just sit a bit relaxed, I think it will be good so that our board fits in very well then. But of course, if you want to sit a bit stressed also, we can adjust it, not a problem. But yeah, this definitely better. Should take with the bishop because if you take with the king, the castle will break. Fishembio Short says no knowledge about chess but enjoying it. Insane, man. You must be interested in physics, chemistry, bio. Interesting. Only see one master game in the database where the king takes. Oh, this has actually happened between Dubo versus Nepo. He takes with the bishop. All the people who mentioned bishop takes, well done. Dubo versus Nepo, also it has happened, and Sindaro versus Arvind Lamy last year has happened where Sindaro beat Arvind Lamy. So white has had a good result. Then Kadrich versus Yilmaz, Shevchenko Kempinski. Again, Vugar Asadli versus Durabaili, white won. Pranesh has beaten in Indian. I do see some good results for white, which is interesting because for Jordan, let's say that he went for the move f4, and if he is very well prepared for the end game, because his opening preparation has been in general very good. He's been the winner of the prestigious Tata Steel event, the classical one, the ruthless marathon one. So if he's well prepared, yeah, Magnus could even come under pressure. It all depends on his ambition, how much ambitious he feels against Magnus, because sometimes you are happy with equality, and that changes a lot of your decision making. So bishop e3 and Magnus like is going to develop the pieces. Wait a second. If I go a move like knight g4, it doesn't give me anything because it's a one move attack here. And then I can't go h3 easily because there is bishop h4 check. But white might be looking at long castle, bishop e2 and so on. So knight g4, one move I'll consider. If I go knight c6, white does want to go long castle and feel a bit more comfortable. Can I really stop long castle? I doubt. But what if I develop my bishop? And now if you long castle, suddenly black is quite happy over here with the move. How do you think here? Oh yeah, the difference could be now knight g4, and if you go back to g1, bishop can come to g5. But the engine says no need of that. Just simply develop your knight. Because if I go bishop e2, even if I'm attacking this, just simply go h5 and black feels comfortable. And this is the thing, about Sicilian guys. Generally, they say that endgames favor black. Not in the exact sense, but in the opening, if you have managed to exchange the queens, with there is no attack on you. That is the pressure generally you have to take white's attack when you play Sicilian. This Magnus doesn't have to go for. As well as he loves endgame. So psychologically, Magnus is happy. Knight off has been super successful for him. Even if f4 was not something he expected, he knew that it is still not the best thing. So for Magnus, wow, I think this he will very much try to push with the black side. Okay, like guys, some chess questions. Are you interested to answer and calculate? Let me know. We're moving to Arjun's game over here, and this is the position we are at. We saw till bishop g3, c6 was played, knight went to f4, attacking the e6 bishop. The bishop again goes to f4, f5. This was nice. See, he went to f5. Then knight g3 was about to come. He went to bishop e6 like a premature thing. Then again, when knight f4 came, he was like, okay, come on, I'm not, of course, going to give up my bishop. He again goes to f5 and now says to white, ki look, now your knight cannot attack me again. So he's very happy to be here. Bishop goes to d3 because we have seen that such a bishop is slightly annoying and it's better to be off without it. Bishop takes d3, knight takes d3 and a knight jumps to e4. So Arjun having 1 hour 25 minutes on the clock. White's king is still in the center. If white tries to short castle, knight takes g3, h takes g3. Black is feeling very comfortable with the dark square bishop, with the queen developing, knight coming here, bishop coming here, maybe in the future h5, h4 ideas. So after knight e4, white is not going to go for a short castle. But then what? Because knight g3 is still a threat. And if you play a move like bishop f4, fine, you have to waste your move. This knight comes to d7 and f6. So it's all going to be pretty good. You can take here, knight c5. Lots of exchanges happening, but I like Arjun's position. It's way pleasant. Very nice. Okay, so this also we have analyzed. And guys, we have 500 people watching the stream. Today, what would you say? Which game and which opening is until now the most exciting for you? Yes, Sagar is in Poland, guys. He's gone to Warsaw from today, from tomorrow. Warsaw is GCT. It's beginning. We will have Sindaro. We will have Gukesh. It's going to be a very exciting tournament. I don't know what are the timings and so on. Whether we have commentary or not. But yeah, Sagar is at least gone to cover that. Study says I have a gut feeling that Uzbekistan players Abdusattorov and Sindaro might overcome Magnus Carlsen. In what? In rating? That's gonna take some time. Go, my son Abdusattorov. Yes, everyone's rooting for their people, which is very, very nice. And I think we are here rooting for Arjun also, but at the same time, we are rooting for chess, guys. We want to see good moves, which is the most important thing. Good openings, new novelties, creative ideas, combinations, sacrifices, all types of exciting chess. Zoo game so far is building to be very exciting. Shall we go there? Zhu Jiner on this fourth board after 95. Oh, but after 95, which we saw by the way, Andy's still thinking and look at the time he's consumed. He realizes that if he goes for simple development, maybe he's slightly in trouble. So he needs to find, like, he needs to take the pawn. But sometimes, does it happen with all of you that your opponent is super aggressive? Like if you're playing tournament, I don't know how many of you play tournaments, but he's super aggressive. He loves to give material, loves dynamic play, and then you try to avoid going in that kind of a situation. Do you do that? Do you trust Sagar when he goes off to these trips alone? Yes, you just have to look at the YouTube channel. Do you enjoy freestyle chess? I love it, actually. I mean, it's very interesting to play, and okay, it will take some time to build it up, but in general, the opening preparation in between was very boring right now for the classical chess. But now I'm seeing that again players are getting refreshed because new openings are being tried, and also there are deviations being tried very early stage, which was not happening because they would play the main lines, and then at some 21st move you will deviate with a slight thing which the opponent will be a top player, so he will also find how to deal with that, and it would finally end in a draw. But at this moment, I think even at top level, they are bringing in new ideas. They are having some amazing teams, seconds. So people are working hard and trying to all the time find some interesting lines. If that happens, then this is interesting for sure. Aniket says, I showed some people the post about 8-year-old beating Vincent Keimer. But with every week a story about a prodigy child, people were like, what else is new? No, but that was very, very new. I mean, it's not so easy to, beat a player like Vincent who has actually won the freestyle event as well. So, big thing. That too, such a nice photo it was, no? Light gaya tha. I don't know how many of you saw the post on tournament. I got the question, but I think you did not get the answer. It was deep. Okay, so knight d5 played, and I think because Andy is going to think this is what he's thinking. If I have to tell you, f4, because your king is in the center, and he's figuring out whether he can enter into such a variation, because a natural move like e4 is a bad move. If not e4, then he will have to think taking is out of consideration because white is super happy to open this, which means he will try to see, okay, can I develop my bishop over here? So bishop e7, and then white will like bring his knight with a tempo, attack this. If the bishop goes back, this pawn is getting pushed, the queen is jumping to g4, and all these things are happening. So it's very tricky, and Zhu Jiner loves such positions which Andy knows. He would have also followed candidates closely. So you will never underestimate her in general. And now he's feeling the pressure. Okay, let's go, Zhu. I am absolutely rooting for you. Let's go to back to Magnus Carlsen. Oh, he took. Let's stay here for a moment. Chess Sabon says, Hasse Sabon says, what's your name? Alireza, Fabi, MVL, So, Jawokir, Duda, Neiman also coming to Warsaw. Nice. It's hard to right now remember the list of players. Everybody's playing everywhere. So, great that you put it over here. Do you know Turkish? I don't speak English. Thank you for analyzing all the matches equally. Can you say Turkey? Yes, I can. Thanks and have a good broadcast. No, I don't know the language. I'm very sorry, but yeah, but I think chess doesn't need any language, so that's the best thing. The child who beat Vincent was so humble. It was a joy to watch that video, says Fendi. Oh, did you see the interview with Sagar? Very cool. Thank you, Vadapav. Yeah, I generally don't think there's anything if you don't see only as a hate, that is the best thing to do. So that at least if you filter out, it will like hate will be like really hate. So that way, if you're always trying to perceive things with love, and that's the best. Not easy, easy to talk, but not easy to act. But of course, should try. And guys, while we were talking night before, a big mistake by Andy. What to play with white? Let's start the calculation because I think it's a critical moment. White to play. क्या करोगे? Chess languages called notations. You are right. White to play. Okay. Eric and Geeta. Very quick. I like it. Let's go. Neeraj also. Bishop f5. We will continue the calculation. Rook goes to c7. Now again, white to play. What's your move? Because you have to play some sequence of good moves, yeah? One move is not going to be enough. If Zhu Jiner beats Andy Woodward, we will see an upset here. Upset in chess doesn't mean like you are upset. It just means like you have beaten a higher rated player than you. So the suggestions are f4, very logical. c3, again logical. You want to kick the knight away. Knight c3 and bishop d2. I like all the moves you guys have suggested, chat. The only thing is f4 doesn't really work because you are taking this pawn over here. And after f takes e5, d takes e5, black is doing quite fine here. g6 next move, bishop g7 and short castle is going to tuck in the king. So this is what happens with f4. If c3, black is already very happy because he was waiting to capture the d5 pawn. How has this move helped you? Whenever you are thinking of a move, also try to see how is it helping you. सिर्फ move करने में मतलब नहीं है ना, तो that is important. Now after rook c7, bishop d2 also same problem. So knight c3 defending d5. It's not a very difficult move or something. It's just to understand that not to get tempted by something like f4 is a difficult decision. You will see the move knight c3 defending d5. And now the knight, look at this knight. There is a direct threat with a3 that your piece is getting trapped. So how does he save this knight? Because if you want to go a move like a5, look, you can't create a square here. You cannot attack this any further. Neither here, neither here. So a5, only move agar khel diya, still kick the knight away, go back Simon. And at this point, ooh, just the whole position is amazing for white with bishop e3, bishop b6 ideas incoming. Even the rook can get trapped. And now even f4 is very solid at this point. Because for g6, white to play, I want a best move. Though there are many good moves, but I want something which is nice. It's a 7-round tournament. True. But it's so quick that Zhu Jiner has got a big advantage. She should not let it go this time. It is her chance. A big opportunity. I'm sure candidates has helped her. Let's go. Okay, Conrad and Aniket and Sakar. Love it. F takes e5, allowing gf5, ef6, and oops, look at the king here. Super busted in general. Lots of things incoming. Knight b5, check, and it will be trouble. It will be trouble. So, this is all what is happening. The only thing Zhu has to find is bishop f5, which is pretty natural. It's a threat, and go knight c3. She needs to play this. She's going to take some time. Somehow for Andy, I don't know why, even after thinking for, he thought for, he had 1 hour 29 minutes. He thought for 25 minutes and went for this. So this was a mistake. Yeah, 25 minutes somehow did not, he at least could not assess knight c3. Knight c3 was missed by him. I'm sure the move which was completely focused upon was f4. Or even maybe he wants to take here, I don't know, maybe he wants to move the rook somewhere else, don't know, but bishop f5 played. Whoa, I want to go full screen here. Very, very, I think, nice moment. Rook c5. Why rook c7? Okay, that's the question. Still the same, no? Ah, you are attacking d5 double. That's actually a very good question. Because now if I go knight c3, you are going to take here. Correct. Oh, this could be something what he has seen. You are right. Who is that? Aniket. What a question. Love it. You're white to play, guys. Can you find a good move? Should I make a big board? Okay, let's do that. White to play. Can you find a good move? Mirza says in the near future we will see toddlers fighting for World Chess Championship matches. Very likely, at least we have made these amazing books, guys. Chesspa books. You can check it out if you know any toddlers, any very little kids, 3 years, 4 years old, 5 years old, want them to pick up chess. Then you can gift them. They're very affordable and very fun. Check it out, Chesspa books. Nightbot, can you put the link of Chesspa books? I don't know if you're so smart or not, though. I talk to you as if you're a character. Somehow I still don't understand what Nightbot is. So, no one's got it. Wow. Guys, do you want me to tell the answer? Or do you want to try more? No one's got it. Okay, yes, got it. Aditya Kayet, you have got it. The right move is bishop e3. Again attacking the rook, because if rook takes d5, the queen goes to e1, attacking this guy b4. If the knight goes back, and then, okay, this might be simple for you, but c4, the rook doesn't belong here, yeah? It's completely misplaced. And what a beautiful trap. Beautiful trap. I love that we have two Sicilians today which are happening. सब लोग बोले टेल द आंसर गाइस कम ऑन आई थॉट यू विल से कि नो 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 डोंट टेल द आंसर वी वांट टू थिंक यू आर अप टू टेक द चैलेंजेस बट ये कैसे चलेगा नो वे आदित्य सॉ ऑल दैट से ओनली आदित्य गीता की कसम गीता पे हाथ रख के कसम खाओ डिड यू सी दैट और नॉट or did you just develop your bishop because it was a threat? Shaurya says I told. Okay. C4 नहीं, अभी के लिए C4 you guys are suggesting. C4, rook takes C4 is what you may want to give. Not sure why it's needed to give, no? We calculated the whole thing. Knight C3. If Zhu Jiner goes knight C3, then I think, oh, then I'm gonna clap for her because she could understand to be patient, guys. How many of you know what patience is in life? हो आप patient life में या नहीं? F4 was an option for her. C4 was an option for her. All these tempting moves. But she शांति से went knight C3. क्या बात है? Love it. Aniket says logic was I see rook, I attack rook. Only heirs, I think that was a good point you found. Huh? I have no patience in chess, says Pendry. Yes, guys, patience is one of the, like, there was a very nice quote I had read. Like, the biggest warrior is patience. It was something like this, actually, which is so true. So, okay, so now Zhu Jiner doing very well, but the hardest thing in chess, as they say, is to convert winning positions. So, even if she's winning, winning is maybe too much of an overstatement. Even if it is better for white, there is still a lot of hard work to do. है ना? So, it's like if you draw a beautiful picture. It's great. The first outline is done, but coloring abhi baki hai. So that's how it is. Why Amruta rooting for her? Isn't she a commentator? Yes, I'm a commentator. I'm rooting for Zoo because if more women get to play these tournaments, I think it will really help them, and more women can get to play these tournaments if the ones who are getting this chance, if they are able to show more potential. So that's the reason I am rooting for her. Very, very openly, very transparently, and very also happy about how Andy has been doing in this tournament. So, nothing against him for sure. Everybody knows who is watching from day one. In fact, Zhu Jiner versus Magnus Carlsen is going to be very exciting for me. All right. Okay. So, let's go back to other games and let's do a roundup. We start from the first board, which is Yaz Kaan, and we saw till bishop g5 h6. They're still in the opening, kind of, not exactly, but the setup is going a bit slow. A4, a5, 47 minutes for Yaz. Oh my god, look at Neil's time. He's not on the board, but he has 1 hour 29 minutes on the clock. He's used only 1 minute out of this full thing. Of course, 30 seconds increment he got, like 4.5 minutes he got. But it's a great news for Niels. Yeah, this gives him confidence. Though no matter what, how much ever Yaz is a very good player in time pressure, but your opponent still feels comfortable to have at least 43 minutes extra on the clock. Huge. So this game is, okay, slight edge for white because white has the center control very successfully. There is already a nice pin you can see over here. G5 is not going to be possible because the bishop is not here. I doubt, yeah, in case, just to make sure, a move like G5 would have been a blunder. And if king G7, then takes, and boom bam F4, इसको भी खत्म कर दिया, ठीक है. So then that was out of question, and then white feels very, very comfortable over here. Knight a3, knight c4 also can come. Looking over here, oof, very slightly better position wise. Yaz is doing very well, but Niels has better time. I think at this point time is not mattering much. It will only be seen later. Let's quickly now move to the board number 2. Arjun is playing against Nodirbek. We did see till knight f4 and the bishops got exchanged. Queen b3 was played by white. He took like 13 minutes on the clock. And Arjun also took, oh my god. Guys, since we left from this board, only one move happened. Total time which was taken is, look, 1 hour 24 and 25 minutes. Yahan pe it reached like 13 minutes were used. And now another 17. So almost half an hour mein only one move was played. Arjun very quickly prepared with his move, takes the knight. And now rook takes c3 or queen takes c3 is an option. Normally they also say capture towards the center, but you have a nice rook placed over here. So white would be happy for that. Queen c3 could look natural, but then a5, bishop, not really possible. Queen c3 is possible. Maybe Arjun gets a very comfortable draw, I could guess. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game and see after bishop d8 was played. Bishop goes to e3. He also developed the bishop. Knight goes to c5 and b7, e6 both are attacked. Magnus is thinking what to do. What are you saying, really? Like, obviously he doesn't want to go back bishop c8 though. That is the first engine move. So what sense does it make? Wait, are they going to repeat? Uh-oh. Rave says Zhu is an underdog, at least rating wise. It's always fun to root for the underdog. That's true as well. Well said. From Arunachal Pradesh says Black Bedits. Okay, very cool. Terrible voice, sorry. Yes, that's why I don't really sing. Sagar was excited about Andy in this tournament, says Neeraj. I know. Because I think for them, Andy, at least for Andy, I think this might be the first classical invitational open where Magnus Carlsen is playing and even he's playing. High cortisol Erdogmus. I don't think he feels any cortisol. I feel he gets the adrenaline. Amruta, what will happen if Zhu Jiner wins against Magnus? First of all, she's gonna get invited at many more tournaments. That will happen. And then I think it will be such a big news because it might be a big record. It will be historic. Yeah, it will be freaking awesome. I think even before the tournament started, that was my only, not only, but that was a big excitement for me. Sagar is also excited for Anish Sarkar versus Magnus one day. Oh, hope that happens soon, which means that Anish would be like 10 years old and guys, yeah, no politics here. Alright, so bishop e3, bishop e6. A question to all of you. Do you think they are going to repeat and go for a draw? Like bishop c8, knight goes back to b3. How many of you think it will be repeated? I hope no draw, says Fendi Fury. Knighthood says me. It's Magnus and draw? Are we serious? Only air is good question there. No draw. I don't think Magnus will agree for a draw, says Nacho. I'm with you all. No draw. So no bishop c8. But if not bishop c8, okay, let's try to just see how do you save this pawn firstly. Because if you go b6, I see a big problem there. Knight. Can I go b7, threatening takes and then takes? And if you go bishop c7, long castle. Okay, this is not a big problem, yeah? Wrong assessment. Which means for b6, then you go for simple taking this bishop, doubling the pawns, and this position is already very good for white. Such a position. Because of the pawn structure, double bishop, active pieces, development, and all of the things. And you see, short castle will be a big mistake here because of white to play. What will you do? As Harshit says while he drinks water, guys, stay hydrated. It's summer in India. Bishop c4, everyone wants to go for, and a nice move for sure. Bishop c4, if rook e8, you still have bishop e6 and win the pawn. Otherwise, also there's rook d6. So Magnus has to be very careful. Yeah, he can't just save it like this. But if he cannot save this, then knight e6 is anyway threatened. And if you go a move like b5, like stopping bishop c4 in general, then comes in the typical thematic long castle is a possibility, but typical thematic move, white to play. What's the move? White to play. Draw is bad for Jordan, says knighthood. Exactly, but it all depends on, what is your goal at this point. How ambitious do you feel? Because, you're playing the world's strongest player, and maybe you want to try with against other players and not Magnus, especially when you know Magnus's strength is also end games. So these are the questions there. And guys, this tournament, Tepe Sigeman, they have dental products there. You can see the toothbrushes. They really look good. They are the sponsors, and they have given us the feed. So very very nice and kind of them to help us with the cameras and whatever you guys are enjoying is because of them. Long castle, knight b5. Ooh, that's a big this thing. But the typical thing is, guys, typical is many times when there is pawn on a6 b5, knight on c3 in Sicilian, thoda sa, even if you reject the move, but you need to consider it, which is a4. a4, you need to look at this move. The point is, you are blasting this right now, and black has to take a decision in life. There are moments in your life when you have pushed the decision. Okay, tomorrow I will decide, day after, बाद में. But then comes a moment when it cannot be pushed any further. This pawn, if at all you take, then look at this. Rook a4, knight a4, both are happy, but white is super happy because the isolated pawn is under huge pressure. And for a move like b4, when the knight goes back, e5, if it has to be played, you get the b5 square, and at the right time, you will also get c3 break. So, okay, knight c6 is possible. So these are the things, yeah. You have to see at which point a4 is a good move and at which point it is not. But it is super thematic when you have the structure of a6 and b5, knight on c3. Also, I forgot to mention that when you go back here and knight takes e4, knight takes b4, in we are already in the end game, and these pawns are way stronger than the central pawns, especially when these are also the double pawns. So yeah, knight c5 and Magnus, I would definitely say that he should not have developed the bishop to e6. Maybe something else. Yeah, maybe knight g4. Maybe was knight c6 any problem or what? Long castle. Just trying to see. Okay, knight d7 is one thing, but knight g4, bishop g1, and h5, something like this maybe was an idea, yeah, for black to play. Still it works. Just go back. नीरज says, राजू तुम्हारे दांत तो मोतियों जैसे चमक रहे हैं. Bishop a5, a move which we did not consider. And Magnus says, look, whatever engine's best move is, I don't care. I'm going for the second best. But the engine did not understand that it's still really a best move. Direct threat, pinning here, at some point doubling here, pressure on e4, not worrying about the b7 pawn because of takes, knight takes c4, attacking c3, and I would be doing wonderful here. So you basically found a move counter attack against your opponent's threat. Also, if you take this, which was becoming a problem again and again earlier, and let's say we were looking at long castle, which right now won't work because you take and lose this. And even if you develop your bishop here directly attacking, maybe 94 is possible. Yeah. And black should be doing well. Good move found by Magnus. It did take. Oh, look, he thought for almost 10 minutes. Knighthood says, Amruta Didi, I am 11 years old. Okay, lovely. All the best. Fever says, never ever resign. Ever. Okay. Nice. This thing never give up kind of a thing. Aniket says, that's why we are not playing. We didn't see A4. Study says, I really need those dental stuff. Can I get some for free? I have cavities. You need to connect with Sigeman, guys. Maybe one day you can aim at playing the Sigeman Open. Why not bishop d3 right now? But in any case, even if you play bishop d3, I could give my bishop in general. Can I go? This is hanging. But I think this, in general, I could give it up and I could try to win one of the things. So what if knight d7, let's say? No, it will be a bad move. Not getting enough compensation, you're right. Engine says to go for knight g4 and knight d7, which is also quite, maybe not to take here, maybe to wait and keep some pressure. And now that your bishop is out, can you consider the same idea earlier which was there, but just that your bishop is much more active? Wow, white is getting better. Is this really something which white is getting some advantage there? And now maybe Auden can say, no, wait. Engine definitely understands why this was not the best move. Let me find it. Magnus trying Erdogmus time control. Oh, Van Foreest had what? 1 hour 29 minutes. Wow, this is so similar to Nils versus Erdogmus. Yeah, insane. Good spot over there. Yeah, KRK. Is h3 and king f2 ever an idea in this position after bishop c3? But do you need to place the king on f2? I think it should be, because now there is no dark square bishop. After bishop d3, you could short castle and also have the rook with the open file. I would prefer in such a scenario, if at all, there's firstly no double pawn also, long castle, because your king is closer to the, you see the imbalance here, which is 3 versus 2. So that's the one of the advantage. You will find a lot of games where long castle versus short castle, and this one pawn in the end game becomes a huge advantage. Okay, I think we have seen this quite a lot. Time is an illusion when you are in the matrix. That's so true. Fever. Let's quickly go to Ajubai's game and see what's happening there. After queen b3 was played, He took knight takes c3, rook takes c3, queen b6, and okay, I am fine this move. Okay, short castle, knight d7 now, and a4. Wow, a4 was really a powerful move which Nodirbek did fine on the board. And now Arjun is thinking. It's the move number 16. He's down to 1 hour 4 minutes on the clock. And he's basically, if you take the queen, like first, many times you start with capture. Yeah, if you take the queen, this pawn is attacked, and you see that the b8 square is controlled. You can't go for something like this, so you will have to go b6. And that's the work which this guy has done. Yeah, a4, a5, ready to put pressure much earlier. So, like he saw the future. So, this you don't want to play. In a way, also stopping your opponent's threat. So, what to do? There's one open file over here, semi open file for black. It feels like you want to bring your rook over here. Also, I don't know if I would love to consider this, but it's a bit slow in this scenario because of, yeah, even bishop d6 is a problem. And if I move the knight to f6 wanting to go to e4, the problem is white to play, guys. What should white play here? I guess I will stick now. White should maintain the bishop pair, so he must take on e6. Ah, okay, it was the earlier one. Maybe I missed it. Who has found a move? I had asked a question. White to play. Find a very powerful move here. You guys are suggesting we have different candidates move from the chat. One is f3, one is knight c5. Also knight e5 because these two are definitely beautiful squares here. And the natural question, yeah, why should I not go knight c5 when this is attacked? The only thing is once I get rid of this knight, d takes c5, the only thing is black is happy with the minor piece exchange with that this bishop with that knight. And this knight is now going to jump to e4. So you always have to assess what about this piece. Is it right now doing something? Is it not doing something? Here also black is happy because the knight has allowed the bishop to sit on b4. So the move is, I think we now have come to a conclusion. Well done, Maulesh. Knighthood. a5. The move is a5. The point is, you take then, of course, now this pawn is hanging. If queen a6 over here, this point is very difficult at this moment. I'll come back to it. But if you simply take here to assess that after queen takes b7, white is winning another pawn on c6. And there's no rook b8. So that's why you cannot take the a pawn. It's like as good as losing two pawns. And if you keep your queen on a6, then for white, he can improve his position in general. Which piece can do better here is bishop h4, and you can pin over here, stop knight e4 ideas. So white is having a super solid position. Maybe even go for bishop f6, because the knight is superior than the bishop in such a scenario. And knight c5 is always a threat if bishop takes f6. Okay. So I think Arjun, actually, after a4, I do feel that he is slightly in trouble. f3 is a bad move kya over here. What was the move we were looking at? Knight f6 f3. Yeah, this you wanted to stop knight e4 basically. You did weaken this a bit, but it's a good move. Maybe it was only that there was something stronger, but otherwise, if you didn't have a5, f3 was a good move, Nacho. So well spotted. Can Arjun play c5 here? I was wondering just right now that yeah, with all these problems, but it seems that you won't be able to play because if you go c5, simple queen d5, not working. So how does he get rid of it? Maybe Arjun has to find a way, and we will look at how he tries to find a way. Okay, so let's go to the other games, guys. We will go to Nils versus Erdogmus and just check what has happened here. Oh, Arjun played. क्या खेला? Rook f c8. So basically he's saying that if a5, can I consider queen a5? No, still that's not a good move. Queen a6. Maybe he can consider queen takes, rook takes, b6, ab6, ab6. And now the rook is doing well. Okay, he's played a good move. Rook f8. Fine move, nice move. Maybe white also doubles the rook and goes rook fc1. We will switch to Nils' game over here. Nils actually has used a bit of time, but Erdogmus down to 33 minutes. This is the current scenario. Rook e1. White decided to give the bishop over here, double the pawns, and now after c takes d3, queen e6. The point is, if queen takes c6, a pawn is given by Nils Grandelius over here. He wants to attack the queen. If the queen goes back, then maybe what Nils is looking at is all the attacking ideas over here. Oof! If that happens, and if Erdogmus has less time, then I will say Nils might get a slight edge in terms of, like, he's very good at calculation, very sharp, and nice play, nice counterplay he's creating without worrying about his points and results, just enjoying the game. That is what it feels like. Let's go to Zhu Jiner, guys, the game which we were all very excited about. Bishop f5, rook goes to c7, and after this g6 was played. She goes bishop h3, good decision. Well, in a way only move because the bishop could not move anywhere else. And now he's going to develop his bishop to g7. So we might be reaching over here. But then a3 and you lose material. So you can't just simply develop the bishop, yeah? Man. Okay, Zhu, if she wins material, then I would say converting is another thing because these youngsters are very resilient. They are able to bring in a lot of counterplay, a lot of dynamics and resources. So when you're in trouble, how much you can think of resources. I think this ability on the chessboard also helps you in life. When you are in trouble, can you be a good, complex problem solver? Nepo is losing in Sardinia, says Venkatesh. Against whom? 2350. Oh, Rook c4. Rook c4 played by Andy. Tell me something. Is this knight not getting trapped? Or even if that is not even the best move? Seems there was a better move than trapping the knight. The knight is running, I thought. The knight is running, but even if the knight runs over here, the rook is misplaced. But instead of a3, which is of course possible, a good move, at this point you could even ignore and say I want to go f4. Because all the time. Okay, we're not even thinking of e takes f4 ideas. But if this, then fe5, d5. Why do you want to go for a piece and all these kind of calculations, or maybe just simply win the material? I would say a3 can be a good idea. ठीक है, जाओ जाओ. I can't find a certain game live. Where are you watching it? Not sure. Sagar is in Warsaw. Maybe we'll try to send a link to him. Oh, we have a Vanesh Patrikar who has donated on Help Chess 500 rupees. Thank you for your contribution towards growing chess in India, Vanesh. And you are the first contributor on today on Help Chess. And we have reached such a nice number there. We have 3399 believers. Wow. One away from 3400. And very sweet of you. All the help chess amount definitely goes for a very good cause. Also, we are in the process of FCRA, and it is progressing, but as we found out that the process is very long. Like there are a lot of documents, lot of signing, lot of submissions, and then hopefully it also has to get accepted, because there are also a lot of, mostly FCRA applications are rejected. So it's in general overall a very big process. So many people used to ask "Ki, when is it going to happen?" It's in process. uh, we even had gone to notary to sign and so on, but the process itself is, and in another 6 months we will know how far it has reached. Okay. So going back to, I think Zoo is doing well. Let me know in the chat whether she goes for a3 move or not. In the meantime, we're gonna go for Magnus. I think Jordan is going to take a lot of time. Arjun also after Rook f7 is going to think. Niels is also thinking. So maybe this is the moment. Maybe we stay at which board, guys, at this moment? Which board do you want to be at? Thanks for all the work, Avanish. Arey, Avanish, thank you so much for watching this and supporting the streams and also help chess. Kind of you. Neeraj is given a variation. A3, Rook D4, Queen E2, Knight D5, and Knight escapes. No, Knight doesn't escape. We saw this. Takes, and C3. No, was it something we saw? That time Queen was on F3 or what? Okay, Queen F3. Yeah, we saw the Queen F3 variation. Magnus, show Magnus or Arjun. Okay, let's go to Magnus's board and go full screen also. Looks relaxed, yeah? After Bishop A5. Magnus is all red actually. I think he must be slightly worried about his position. And he's not even, normally you see Magnus gets up a lot. I think he's very much calculating. Sagar will be joining us. That's a good question. What's the time in Poland? Is anybody from Warsaw? Today there was a media day, so I think he will be busy. Ah, nearly 4:30. Okay, I doubt. But we'll also send anyway the Zoom link to. Oops, which meeting is going on? Wait. Got it. Okay. So um I've sent the Zoom link. Oops, wait a second. Let me remove the Zoom from here. अरे बताओ ना, ब्लंडर हो गया था मेरा तो. Arjun blundered? No, 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 no. Rook f8. Oh, knight f6. How can this move be so bad? We were looking at the same thing. Is only difference was the rook was on f8 and f1, and that's the whole point. Yeah, when you make an absolutely normal, natural idea, improving your piece position, going towards the outpost in the open file, nice central square. These are the kind of rules. Sometimes they just can't work, they just don't work, but they're so difficult to understand that this is the moment where it doesn't work. So knight f6 khela, and the point is for Nodirbek, if he senses it, then a5 is coming. It's all about sense. We have seen that taking the pawn has been a very very bad idea because white is very happy thanks to the bishop. It's like really work from home jo chal raha hai na, that is like really disciplined work from home. That's what this bishop is doing. Queen goes to a6 over here, and this is the position which we are looking at, where Nodirbek again needs to understand that how can I improve my position further. And I don't know how easy is the next move. We did see it last time also, that bishop h4. But I feel maybe more natural is to go for f3, stopping knight e4. Then going for bishop h4, because somewhere you felt I was doing such an incredible work, and then suddenly you are going somewhere. So not not very sure that the sequence with a5 he will find, but whether a5 along with bishop h4 can he find or not. Also, if instead of knight f6, if I had to see what was the best way for black to continue, maybe a premature, like maybe queen a6 and not waiting for a5. So now if a5 is played, rook e8. So the rook never belonged on c8, but actually the typical principally on the semi-open file it belonged to, where you just wait and you just keep the knight on d7. Okay, a5 played by Nodirbek. He's definitely he was going to play this, no chance of missing this. The question is bishop h4 will he find or not. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to find on the board, but if he finds it, then elegant. Yeah, it's an elegant move. If Arjun loses this game, then no Indian will be in top 10 live ratings. Got it, Tushar. But otherwise, also, he was actually not. No, it's all like changing. Now, as Anish had mentioned, yeah, now top 10 is what? Oops, why is the live board gone? And why are you guys not telling my blunders? Or were you telling me? I missed it. Ah, yes. Nobody told me. Nobody saw it. Nice. So, Anish was telling that now top 10 is basically, it's constantly changing. Like, it doesn't have the same meaning it used to have like earlier. So then it's basically top maybe 25, 30, maybe even top 30 are like top 10, no? So we just have to say top 20, top 30. Maybe we start with top 20 at least. If we are in top 20, it's as good as top 10. So it's not a blunder. I think these are difficult positions. Mine most memorable would be my Raipur 2001. It was winning the national championship under 16 girls. Yeah, it has great memories. What did he play? No, he just wrote the move right now. Or did he play? Nope. How many total rounds? Guys, this is already round number 4. Only 3 more rounds are there. because it's a very short tournament of 7 round. I think that is one of the reason maybe Magnus would have played 7 rounds. तो फटाफट हो जाता है हम साथ साथ है. So I think if he has come, anybody knows whether he's come with the family, with Ella and his kid over here? Queen A6 played by Arjun, yeah. Oh man. If he finds Bishop H4, it's really, really tough, yeah? Very tough position because how do you improve your pieces? You can't move this. If you go rook e8 trying to defend this anyway, bishop f6 is a like this exchange, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and for white to jump in knight c5 is maybe kind of easy. Where if you play gf6, that's the structure you have to enter in. Where if the knight sits on f5, light square, which you cannot stop, it's gonna come there. Oh man, Nodirbek, he understands this so well. It's all about exchanging, right exchanges. If he finds this, I think Arjun is in very big trouble. I will not even say positionally, I would say this one is almost like if the engine says it's +2, positionally you feel like being a piece down. That's how much cramped your position is. Man, that was so good. I really did not feel that Nodirbek will find this. Too good. Too good. Sorry, I think for a moment it had lagged. You can just refresh if it happened. Tushar Saranish also said that anyone in top 25 in the world can become the world champion in 2028. Yeah. Oh, Roshita Mitra, hello. Nice to see you. Sweden is next door to Norway, so maybe Ella and Kid didn't come. Feels like Magnus is in neighborhood. But actually, it's easy to come, no? Because Norway and Sweden, isn't there a bridge? Like it's just like half an hour or something, and you can go to a new country. Yeah, now I think time to go to Magnus because this one is. I think you can easily underestimate such a move, even if you have looked at it. F3 was the move I believe Arjun would have focused on. So this opening, wow, in a way, Nodirbek's preparation helped, and in a way, in preparation, you also this is how you prepare. You understand, you've seen certain things till such an end, you have played practice games in that opening, and you've also kind of sensed which pieces are good, which piece exchanges are good. Like in Sicilian, it's much easier, right? Sometimes you have this piece which is important. So that level of understanding develops. And imagine Nodirbek already knew it that this knight will be superior to this bishop at the right time. So for him, finding such moves was very easy. And look at the time he's taken for a5, bishop h4. Really not much in the last few moves. So this one is going to be difficult for Arjun. We will move to Magnus's game right now and see. He's sitting relaxed here. In fact, pretty relaxed. In fact, many of you may want to feel relaxed as much as Magnus. Oh, there's no move. So it's been like 30 minutes and no move by Jorden van Foreest. Has he gone in forests and lost himself? What's so complex about Arjun's position? I don't understand, says Messi. Will get to know. Nodirbek will explain, and I'll also, if right now I'll see other games. Oslo to Malmo is a 6 hour drive. But this one is in Acha, Malmo. Let's go to Andy Woodward versus Zhu Jiner because what is happening? Whoa, man. After bishop h3, rook c4, the engines just roared for the move which she found it. We were looking at this, we were thinking, okay, a3 is fine and all of that, but Zhu Jiner takes 17 minutes and goes for the absolute best move on the board, not getting tempted for winning material, but going after Andy's king. She's like, Andy, your king is the one I want to checkmate, and tumko milega anda 1-0. That's what she is going to go for. Sorry for that, guys. Hi, Didi, my name is Shiv. Can you teach me? Yes, Shiv. You can concentrate on the live games. Try to think of what is the move you want to play. In whichever position. Idea is what is the best move here. Only that you have to keep thinking. Jay Panchal says we are a big fan of Sagar Shah and your commentary is amazing by the way. We are 3 people watching and loving this. Jay, Nikhil and Rehan. That is so nice to know, Jay. Where are you guys watching from? Which place? India or outside? My previous comment was for Van Forest game. Yeah, I think you mentioned something about tactics, right? I think we should take on e6 with the knight and spoil the pawn structure. For Jordan, you feel he should take the bishop. That was a good move. Rook c4 is great. I can never play this. Yeah, f4. If she has found this move, then also look at it. Look at the position. Half an hour more on the clock. 15 moves are done. You have an advantage according to the engines, which is plus 3.7. Maybe on the board, they may not be feeling it's plus 3.7. Yeah, they will be feeling it. I'm better plus 2 maybe. But I'm impressed with her. I mean, I think Candidates was the one where I very closely followed her games. Um, Before that, it wasn't so closely, though we have been in some common tournaments. In fact, I remember it was in 2018 or 19 in Turkey, this place called as Gebze, where under 19 World Championship was there, and that time she was playing in the girls' tournament. So yeah, f4. Well done, Zoo. So, firstly, as we have discarded the move ef4, which will be completely lost for black if something like that happens. Dun, dun, dun. You win the rook, so discard. Then, if you go a move like e4, you can now play a3 because you've already spoiled the structure. What did you play? e4. Yeah. You want to, keep this file closed. You just feel a bit comfortable कि दरवाजा बंद है नहीं तो खिड़की खोलेंगे तो पत्थर मारेंगे. Does it ring the bells? I think that was my favorite joke of in the Kapil show from Samay. ADM says go Zhu Jiner, go China, regards from Canada. Nice. Shiv is from Pune. Oh, that's my birthplace. Alberto, thank you. Your commentary is amazing. Thank you, thank you. We are watching from the city of lakes. That's Udaipur, says Jay Panchal. Very nice because we do have in our team Tushar who is editing on shorts. He's from Udaipur. Also, one more girl, Achal. I'm A nice comment by Alberto says, I'm thinking one of the hardest things to do during a game is switching ideas or moving from a good idea to the right or better one. So well said. Kudos to Jinner. Because, like she could have gone a3 over there, and now she says, "Ki, if I have a chance to, spoil something and then go for a3, maybe that's stronger." So f4, if she has found, I believe this she's going to win. If today Zhu doesn't win, I think it's going to be a big heartbreak for her. 100%. Okay, let's go to Magnus because something happened over there. I think move is played. Bishop d3 by Jordan. Perennial, I think you were mentioning about knight takes e6 should be taken. If takes e6. And maybe then you wanted to go bishop d3. But when you don't need to release the tension, then you don't. The bishop d3 played, saying that at this moment, let my knight also be here. Where's your bishop going? Because if you now go bishop c8, it's kind of going slow. And I think somebody had mentioned short castle move earlier, which is good in fact here. Because if you long castle, I think in scenarios where bc3 is happening, maybe the king is not very happy on c1. So bishop d3 is simply defended the e4 pawn. And what one more statement Jordan has made is, if now you take on c3 and double the pawns here, b takes c3, then I'm happy because I'm firstly threatening over here. B6 means it's going to be weak. It's going to be lost in fact directly because now you don't have a bishop. A move like b5 if you play, then I will take here. And you have double pawns, I have double pawns, but I have another theme which I know is very powerful with the against these pawns. White to play here. What will you do? White to play. Wow. Proud of you, chat. Neeraj. TM Hang. Arush. TM Hang Wa. Arush. And who else? Maulesh. Ogun. Dada. Dadan. What all names you guys have? Okay, yes, that's the move. A4. Put pressure over here. There is going to be a pin there. You are already threatening winning the pawn. If b takes a4, always be very, very proud of your pieces who are doing a good job there. So he went bishop c8. Magnus is like, look, dude, now I'm going back. Your chance of capturing here and doubling is gone. And somehow, yes, Magnus has a passive position. Actually, Jordan should be very happy here. In fact, he has 20 minutes more almost. Yeah. Only 12 moves are done. He's having this amazing slight edge in the position, which is like 0.5. Yeah. Quite a lot against Magnus after 12 moves in this endgame. And a lot of pressure on black. So Jordan has done fantastically. The question is, you are fighting against this supercomputer. Yeah. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, very difficult to beat. But if you take this position and then slow and steady grind it, like how Magnus says, grind like a grandmaster, would be one of the masterpieces, I would say, that Van Foreest can create over here. Amazing. Yeah. I'm quite interested to see if Van Forest can do that, by the way. By the way, have you noticed that Yaz has reached what, 19 minutes on the clock? 19, really? So we saw it until queen takes e6 where he won the pawn, and Niels went for, this deadly attack. Yaz went for e5 move here, which was a good move. But look at the way Niels is playing. I think he's given an amazing pawn sacrifice with a lot of ideas, and perfect for, bringing somebody under time pressure, that you are keeping that chaos on the board, and in chaos, can he break Yaz's, accuracy there? Just one moment he needs to do that. So for e4, firstly, Yaz has to calculate g4 ideas. I think Neil should also play fast. There's also knight g3 in the picture. G4, he also has to calculate. E takes d6, disco. Man, this is so chaotic. Yeah. So I think Yaz down to 19 minutes, and it's interesting. Zhu Jiner after e4, provoking e4, has made a nice move, a3. So she is winning a piece right now, or at least an exchange with rook c3, bc3. That's the only way, and knight b d5 is a must to be taken. And what she has done is nicely changed this pawn structure to her advantage, where c4 is incoming, f5 is incoming, bishop is having a long diagonal from here, from here. So Zhu Jiner is almost very close to winning advantage. So Arjun, has he managed to escape from the wrath of Nodirbek? Bishop f6 played, and he's there sitting on the board. Knight c5 is happening, For bishop h4, he played h6. Okay. But what if knight c5 now? Is he losing a pawn? Queen takes a5. Queen takes b7 here. Now you have rook b8. Looking at the queen, also the b2 point. Queen moves. You can't take because c8 is hanging. And that's where your improvement is kind of ending. But wait, rook c7. Can I not attack the queen? Guys, what's the move over here? White to play. What do you do? Think. For some reason, check chess moves is not working very fine. Have to get it checked. The best move is slightly tough, I would say. Not slightly, very tough. So, very few people have got the answer. Maulesh, Noman, Switzerland, Noman. And it's right. When you are under attack, you always should also consider counter attack possibilities, right? Through that, you reach a candidate move, which is different from saving your queen. And that's how you're able to at least consider it. But then the next thing is whether it works or not. But before, the thing is you can't take here because your rook is hanging. And if you take over here, then b takes a5, threatening knight d7. So you need to save your rook. But if you go rook c7, then there is knight a6, a fork. You can't go rook b7. If you go rook d8, Then this whole position, the knight just goes back and you cannot defend a c6 pawn. Of course, I'm not going to allow you a back rank mate. So this exchange is favorable for white. So after queen d7, maybe rook c7, b4 is the problem. Okay, so Arjun, bishop takes f6 has been played. Has to be careful not to take here later. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game and see what has happened. After bishop c8, no move there. Everything at this point is going slow. E5, no move over here. Zhu Jiner. I think Zhu Jiner is playing quickly. We will go there and come back to other games when the moves happen. Is that called intermezzo? Yes. That is most of the intermezzo moves are majorly counter attack. Yes, Shiv. Welcome. The point is also, guys, it's not just about finding the right move. Every time you solve a puzzle, try to do this. Try to summarize the pattern of the move, try to summarize the theme, how you reach the move, and then you understand that it's not just about quick move, your thought process. How is it reaching over there? Because you will know how you are even missing such moves. And then you will start being more alert to it. So, summarizing it helps you to, if you may solve without summarizing maybe 20 tactics, but with summarizing maybe 10. But that's more going into your subconscious. Knight e7, c4 played, and nice easy move. Knight goes back to e7, trying to be near and around the king. And I think next move, what just happened? Oh god, something happened. Okay, here f5, guys. F5, look at it. Very powerful. Powerful move. पावरफुल मूव. सो एफ आई आने वाला है, ये मर रहा है, ये मार नहीं सकते. G4 भी आ रहा है. नाइट भी पीछे अगर गया तो ये मर रहा है. तो हर जगह से थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है. करे तो करे क्या पता ही नहीं. लेकिन अभी तो जाते हैं किधर और. मैग्नस कार्लसन्स गेम, गाइज. Let's go over here because Van Forest has made a move and he's gone back. Knight b3. Ooh. Again, he's attacking a bishop. This knight is एक बार light square bishop, एक बार dark square bishop. Now it's a decision to be made whether you want to take, whether you want to go back. What do you want to do? My rating is 1000. How do I improve? At this moment, solve a lot of tactics. Lot of tactics. Solve 1000 tactics. Solve very basic endgames also. King pawn endgames. Play some serious games and try to be very focused. Eminem who? Eminem me. Taken, the knight is taken. White. After this exchange, what is the imbalance that is created? What are the imbalances that are created? Patrick says, hello from Croatia. Hello, hello. Croatia is a country we had been and we really loved. We had been to a very, what to say in the English word, at a place in Hindi we call it like a hatke place, something which is not very normally chosen for to, go to. We'd gone to Umag, very beautiful place. We'd gone to Croatia from Italy in a bus. When we were chess players, we were all doing some adventures. I mean, me and Sagar. It was funny because that was the first time we were going to another country in a bus. We had gone in a train, but in a bus we didn't know like how do they check the passport and where will it, the immigration be or things like that. And then we were a little bit of idiots also because we were like, okay, jail to nahi jana padega na. So slightly we were worried. But then I think in the in the bus, they did come for checking, and then they saw our passport, and it was all very fine. And from this place called Trieste in Italy, where we played a tournament, we took a bus, and then we went to a place called Umag in Croatia, and we went there. Yeah, doubled pawns. Okay, nice. Piece development already. Yeah, yeah. Now, if you're assessing, white is better prepared. Just one move and the rooks are connected, whereas for black, three moves to get the rooks connected. So, piece development goes to white as a slight this thing. Doubled pawns goes to black because double pawns and also on the open file. So, one all ho gaya. That's it. Nobody else told me anything else. Come on, guys. Very important imbalance you've missed. How can you do that? Also, white is an isolated pawn. So that falls under what? The pawn structure. It will fall, the whole thing will fall under pawn structure where white will have. How many pawn islands does white have? Let me ask you ulta question. Anvil says we're watching you from Hungary. Ooh, nice. Because Budapest was Sagar's favorite place. He came there when he was 19 years old and he stayed there for a month. He played those tournaments. He also had a Hungarian coach or what, sir, for some time. Bishop pair. Well done, Patrick. Bishop pair is another one. And pawn structure 4. All of you who said 4 is right, not 2 or 1. The way we calculate is where the pawns disconnect from each other. So that's why 1, 2, oops, 3, again there is a disconnect here, and 4. So this is how you calculate for white. And for black, 2 pawns together, then there is a disconnection, and then all 4 of them together. So only 2 pawn islands, and they say the lesser the pawn islands, the better, because then it means that you have lesser weaknesses, right? They are supporting each other. Whereas when you have isolated pawns, they are weaker. That's the reason. 4 pawn island. Funny. What means tactics, guys? Tactics, Jyoti is asking. It's the amazing question I would have got. Explain tactics. Can anyone please help me over here to explain what is tactics? Can we go short castle, knight g4? I mean, you want to go to short castle and directly knight g4. So after, at this moment, for it's black to play, and are you firstly going to short castle here? Let's say short castle. हाँ यही पूछा था ना तुमने तो. Okay, knight g4. Bishop goes to c5. Ah, white still has this, slight edge because of, as we discussed. Now that we have analyzed all the imbalances, this slight edge is because of development and maybe more active pieces because of that. And the moment black is able to bring his pieces together, he starts finding the harmony. His development is complete. And by that time, if white has not taken much advantage, then it will be black who would be strategically clearly better, because on the open file you're gonna face some problems with these pawns, yeah, and also the isolated pawn. So pawn structure is super bad. So it is all about timing, guys. When it is dynamic, it is all about timing. Key, is it all happening in good time, right? Like let's say if you have to study for your JE, NEET, IIT, whatever, all these kind of exams, or whichever exam, CA, BA, CA, BA, printing engineering, this engineering, 3D engineering, all whichever engineering, PhD in comedy, whatever you have to basically study, when the exam is near, if you have not studied, that just doesn't matter after the exam. Timing का है. हाँ, मुझे just courses के नाम लेने थे. I think this was completely pointless, but it is about timing, right? Timing पे कैसे करे. So if white relaxes here, if you have an exam and if you relax, last moment it's only little bit you can study. But every day if you are studying, maybe you might get more marks. Will you? Really? Don't know. Chef. Yeah. Tactics are short puzzles where you have to find sequence of 2-3 moves that usually wins a piece or checkmate. Sometimes you look for a draw or positional advantage. Dekh lo. Directly you can check Google. Before you solve tactics, also Google. Remy says PhD in comedy. Yeah, I don't know if it exists or not, but I will definitely fight for PhD in comedy. 64% of Amruta's examples are related to career and exams. And what about the others? Other 36% they are related with. बहुत slow चल रहा है यार आज. बहुत slow. Guys, do you want me to put full screen and go from here for some time and then come back? Knight c5. Oh, okay. यहाँ पे नहीं. We have moves over here. Ajju bhai. In fact, bishop takes f6, knight c5. He took here. Knight takes b7 and not queen b7. Okay, this is a slight happiness for black that queen has not captured. I think maybe he may not have seen that move b6 in that situation. We were looking at queen b7, rook b8, queen d7, and if rook c7, let's say if you try to think of some other move, maybe this is a possibility to feel that okay, I don't have much over here. Though I don't believe Nodirbek will miss b4, but queen b6, knight goes back to c5, and Arjun is thinking. What Arjun can try to do is to go into major piece endgame with equal material, and the weakness is closer to the king. So if queens are exchanged to bring the king fatafat, and try to pressure over here, give up this, and this could end in a draw. So maybe practical level, how much Nodirbek is feeling that he's better is important, because I thought he's clearly feeling it. If the assessment is wrong, then it will go into the drawish variation. Neeraj says others 36% are elephant and ant. Ah, good sense of humor, Neeraj. Okay, so let's go back to. Actually, Yaz Khan had 19 minutes, but he has made Nils to use all his time, so he's thinking. And Zhu Jiner is moving ahead further and further. c4, 97 went back. Rook goes to b1, attacks the b7 pawn, but black is like, इतना टेंशन मेरे को सच में. आई डोंट केयर अबाउट मटेरियल. इट्स लाइक इतना टेंशन है और अभी ये मेरे को पैसा मिल रहा है, मैं करूँ क्या उसका. सो बिशप गोज टू g7 इज लाइक मेरा टेंशन निकालो, पहले जो जरूरत है वो दे दो. जो जरूरत है वो ले लो, स्ट्रेस ले लो. Rook takes b7 and short castle, and finally at least the king is a bit happy कि I'm alive, still alive. So he's a bit happy. And now, if you count the pawns, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 equal pawns, both of them. But we have one extra like exchange for white with a clearly better position. But this pawn, until it's there, if it can create any kind of chaos, we will see. But nothing is happening as of now. In fact, a move like g4 is also very powerful if white finds it, though she just doesn't need to find it. There is a simple bishop b2 developing the bishop. So Zhu Jiner is actually beating Andy Woodward. That is going to be a great result for her. And Magnus Carlsen is developing his bishop here. He goes bishop d7 and does delays the short castle and is ready to go to c6, defend b7, attack e4, asking white again, what are you going to do? If you go here, I'm very happy. My bishop sits strong. But if you stop my idea with knight a5, attacking the b7 pawn, I cannot go b5 once again. Not because of a4 is also very powerful to give it up, but when you don't need to, you don't need to. And bishop goes to c5, stopping the short castle, and the king is weak, guys. Believe it or not, knight b7, knight d6 check. You will end up in trouble. So Magnus Carlsen is, has to be very careful. बहुत careful. Molish, don't spam. Guys, don't spam. Just write a message once in a while. क्या ही चल रहा है chat में? I would like if all of you write some interesting facts, good comments, some info, maybe talk to each other about chess moves, whichever position, suggest some ideas. And in the meantime, we're also going to go and heat the food because dinner time is there. It's 8:40, guys. खाने में क्या है? Guys, what would you like if we start a commentary? Like if we keep the videos on and if we start a commentary from 8 o'clock, would you like that more so that the excitement is built up? Or from the beginning, I think today we did. Yesterday we did from 8 o'clock. I ate leftover pizza. अरे क्यों? Bishop d7. 44 minutes for Van Forest, and look at Magnus time 22 minutes, but he actually needs to make what? 25 moves in 22 minutes. Magnus Carlsen truly is coming under time pressure. Oh my god. Oh ho. Rare sights, yeah? Neeraj says, I find it so funny that today Magnus is the last person to finish development. Mini, thank you very much. Soumya says, आज मैं game खेल रहा था where my opponent has king and rook and I have king, and my opponent suddenly asked me how to mate with king and rook. How did you land up with him in that situation then? Erdogmus have to make 24 moves in 19 minutes. Yeah, Magnus and Yaz, I think, very similar time. Guys, these games are going slow. I think today's man of the match, if we had to like say that there is a man of the match, okay, who would it be for you guys? I have my answer in mind, but let me ask you, who is the man of the match for today? Oh, knight c5 has been played here. Knight d7, knight f6. Not really. I could go back queen d8. That's not a real threat. Go bishop e7. I think Arjun should be doing fine, yeah? Arjun will do fine. We all agree. Rev, Nathyan, Sakar, Kwalash, Renik, Molesh, Lokesh, Shibi, Neeraj, Remy, Harshit Raja is joining in 10 minutes. Ooh, let's go. So if Zhu is the man of the match, at this moment, I'm going to go to her game and watch it a bit more closely because it will end any moment soon. And only if we get any moves in Van Foreest, Carlsen or Arjun Abdusattorov, let me know. We will check that. But this will be our main game. Exactly. I'm super proud of Zhu Jiner. Knight c6. I'm kind of dreaming at this moment that one day Vaishali, Divya, they would be playing in these kind of tournaments, and Vaishali, beating Magnus Carlsen again. Okay, maybe a, a long dream, but it's possible. Humor of the match, guys. Okay, so knight c6 has been played here. She developed her bishop simply. Good thing there. He goes knight c6. Here also 19 moves to be made and Andy has 28 minutes. Zhu has started using time. She has to be a bit careful. How do you continue? You are winning, okay, guys? But normally we ask moves at a critical situation. Here, can I ask you already in winning position? How do you think of moves? Because if you find some blunders, then we will know how one messes up the situation. Suppose says strategy is concerned with the setting aim and forming of schemes. Tactics are concerned with the execution of the scheme. Strategy abstract. Tactics are concrete. Max Ewer. Very cool. Yes, it's like the direct hit. Yeah, it's like the tactics are basically the direct hit methods, as was told by this guy from R. Reinfeldt. He's written some nice beginner tactics books also. So they're the direct hit methods in a way, and with the direct hit, you kind of win material. You kind of get a material advantage. So those are the tactics. Whereas positional play, strategic play, it's all slow. It has nothing to do with winning material. In fact, it has to do with more about the understanding of squares, minor pieces, right exchanges. There are so many games where you will see just one wrong move which allowed a right exchange for the opponent and the position is lost. So, Arey Amit Rao, thank you. Yeah, not a dream, a possibility, very realistic one, says Alberto. As I'm also gonna come in 5 minutes. I'm gonna. Oh, Bishop f6. Wow. You know what I thought? This was the Indian's best move. Okay, but I thought it feels like your bishop is so beautiful on the diagonal. Why do you want to exchange it? So that is a thought which can come to your mind and you will not exchange it. So, but Zhu was like, no, of course, I'm material up. Why will I not exchange it? And also put more pressure on the pawns where it was. Like I go queen d5, I attack over here, I attack over here. This is simply over, no? Queen d5. How do you save both of them? By counter attacking. So you have to go back knight d8. But then again double attack, rook b6. I clean finish. Like she's brushed it. Either. Like toothbrush. We have to use it more often, guys. White is acting like Tepe toothbrush. Moles says you are 2200 and you are commentating like 2700 player. 2200 भी तो फिर 2700 भी, you know what I mean? Thank you. Yes, tactics are direct, short term, forcing moves. Nice definitions people are giving. Okay, I was gonna suggest queen a1 for white. I was doubtful about bishop f6. Oh yeah, I had asked for suggestions. Sometimes I even forget. Queen A1 would have given some chances for black to, get back in some way, because then you lose this pawn. Good spot. Because we get to know that it was not like all the moves were doing fine for white. You thought knight A5 here, yeah? Queen F6, queen D5. He went knight D8, but you thought knight A5, but the queen is here. So went knight D8, and now she goes rook B3 here. What do you think of the next World Championships? Whether we'll have the videos? That's what I think. Amruta seems like a very chill person to have as a friend. Ooh, I'm absolutely not chill. I'm very intense. It's hard to be around me. I'm very difficult person. No, not easy. I think Sagar loves challenges, so he could deal with me. Nope. Rook B3. अरुण का मैच लगाएंगे? अरुण नहीं रे, अर्जुन। अर्जुन का मैच लगाते हैं अपन। ठीक है, यहाँ पे चल रहा है, यहाँ पे भी चल रहा है। मैग्नस का गेम रखते हैं, एंड गाइस आई एम गोना गो एंड हीट द फूड, ओके? दिस इज द गेम. मे बी आई गो फुल स्क्रीन, बट वेट, आई नीड टू मूव इट हियर. अरे बाप रे, ऐसे मत करो. इतना स्ट्रेसफुल नहीं है तुम्हारा पोजीशन, यॉर्डन. सब बढ़िया चल रहा है, स्ट्रेस मत लो. So knight a5 was played and bishop c6 is played, and now order is thinking about decisions of knight c6 and all. It was quite like a position very unusual. Every single move you can see they have to calculate. One wrong decision, positionally you are gone, both the sides. So Arjun का game रखना है. Guys, which game do you want me to keep? I'm not going to be here for 5 minutes. I think Zoo has found almost all top engine moves today. Yeah, true. And also, they were not like all easy or something. She was super alert, very sharp in her calculation. Arjun, Zoo. Okay, so let's go to Arjun's game. Let's keep Zoo. Wait, let's keep this. Yeah, the typical Nodirbek pose we have. Arjun is looking at you guys. Okay, 33 is actually the clocks. Maybe I have to change. Wait. It's Arjun's move, and I'll come. Arjun did go bishop e7, which was important, and I'm hopeful actually, though white is better. I think maybe it may not be so easy practically. I don't know if he feels it's that much advantage. I think high chances of going for a draw. Oh, look whom we have. एक second. Oops. Hello, hello. Oopsie. Hi, I can hear you. How are you, Arshad? Bye. Haircut. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, let's go. Harshit bhai, did you have your dinner? अच्छा. ओह, किधर? अरे यार किधर? क्या नाम है? नाम क्या है वो? अच्छा, अरे I know, of course, very famous. Yeah. Oh, wait, Harshit, wait.
अच्छा कुछ खा रही है इसलिए वेट वेट
नहीं नहीं, तेरा आवाज इधर लो लो था. एक सेकंड रुक, चेंज कर रही हूँ. Guys, can you hear him now? बोलो कुछ.
हेलो हेलो हेलो
बताओ guys, can you hear him? Okay, yes. Go on. अरे एक ही सेकंड हर्षित भाई. Tricky Singh in the chat. I visited TOC first time, met all the fun people there. मजा आ गया. क्या बात है Tricky? In fact, Thursdays we have solving Thursdays. You can go there. And Tricky Singh is the RJ. He's from Mumbai.
Oh wow.
Okay. So तुमने can you tell again what you were saying, because so many people could not hear Harshit
Yeah.
bhai.
You asked me if I had lunch, but if I had dinner, but I had such a heavy lunch. एकदम crazy Indian थाली खाने गया था मैं FC Road पे. It's called Shabri. They had like amras, and it was so good. And I ate too much there, so now I'll skip dinner.
क्या बात है यार.
Having this now.
Oh, coconut water.
Yes.
पर वो तो बॉटल वाला नहीं ना, रियल कोकोनट का वाटर पीना चाहिए ना.
But it's very good.
अच्छा.
By the way, क्या हो क्या रहा है?
यार ओके, वन क्वेश्चन फर्स्टली हर्षित भाई. अभी इंजन सब छोड़ दो, ठीक है? Practically just tell me and give me some hope. Black, do you think he can hold his position?
It's very tough, Amruta. You know why? Because once the c6 pawn falls, the problem is that even if we get this 5 versus 4 endgame, our d5 pawn is very weak. So let's say, for example, white plays rook b c3 now. And then you go rook b c8. Actually, I don't even know how you will save the pawn after white plays something like knight e5. You're just losing a pawn, no? No, knight e5? c5. Okay, I can't allow you to go c5.
Why? If I take?
Takes, just rook takes.
Sorry. Okay.
So after rook c3, rook c8, just some slow move. And I think that the c6 pawn is very tough to defend for Arjun.
So this is difficult for you. But you know, today we have one hero of the day.
Heroine.
I want to take you over there. What do you have to say about her?
You know, it was Andy's birthday yesterday. And yeah, so, or is it today? I think it was yesterday, I'm pretty sure. And it would not be the best start for his for himself, because it seems like he's just lost. He's down an exchange.
Did you see the game? It is so brilliant. I mean,
can I see it?
Epic. I'll just what we can do is very quickly guess the moves, okay? She's white. Okay.
Bishop g5. Okay.
So she played bishop d3. I'll tell you from where you can guess the moves. Okay. From
Right.
here, you can guess the moves. Okay, takes, and
Knight b4, c4, or bishop f5. Okay. Rook c7, f4.
exactly f4 is so tempting. Good one, but I mean, not she didn't play.
Okay.
Not giving advantage.
She plays c4 now.
That's also good move, but she found a better one.
Found a better one than that.
Hmm.
Okay, just defend the d5 pawn. Yeah, simple chess. Knight c3. G6, bishop h3. Makes sense.
Okay, now.
A3, there is rook d4. So bishop e3 has some logic. F4 makes some sense. Queen e1 is also a move. No, then d5.
Yeah, look at how Harshit is considering the candidate moves, and he's already found 2 good candidate moves, but it was so quick, yeah?
Yeah, and queen e2 is the third one, I think, like, which is also very tempting to go f4.
So your idea is right. Okay, so if you have to choose between 2 moves, a3 and f4, which one will you go for? Both are good.
I think f4 makes sense because the black king is still in the center.
Very cool. Actually, f4 is such a good move, way better than a3. And she finds that. And
now
then...
because now black doesn't have rook d4. So she has to take it now. Takes knight d5, but with the black king in the center, there is not enough compensation. Wow.
And
Zhu Jiner.
And okay, over here, what will you play?
I think c5 is very tempting. Then black goes d5. Okay, maybe black goes d5 then. I don't ever want to go g4 and make my king weak. It's too much. A4, bishop a3 is slow, but it's a move.
She found the best engine move here, which actually for me, I would not have considered that move, of course.
Okay, so if you did not consider it, it's not a tactical move.
No, then it has to be something to do with the bishops. Because I love bishops.
Oh, bishop f6.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's very difficult to give up your bishop like that, but she gives it. Queen takes, and then queen d5, knight d8, rook b3 back.
And I've also not seen इसके आगे यहाँ तक ही देखा था.
Arey, by the way, I was just looking at the screen and the picture says your mouth matters.
Arey, they have an amazing sponsor actually, Sigeman, and in fact today for inauguration also the main guy Johan Sigeman had come. You know, he asked Jorden, what do you want me to play? And Jorden said e4. And after he played the move e4, normally you take it back and anyway you play it again, right? But Jorden did not take it back.
Oh, he just played it.
He just kept it like that. It was so funny.
Yeah, it takes, and I think Zhu Jiner is on course to win her first game.
There is no way that she can mess this up according to you, like normally winning positions are messed up.
The thing is, it's actually so important that white has the pawn on f4, because if the pawn was on f5 by any chance, that would have given black this important square on e5. And then after that, it's very hard for white to kind of break. I mean, you know, black gets this very nice blockade with this bishop on e5. So with the pawn on f4, d6 pawn is weak. I don't see how black can save this. Actually, white is up a pawn also, Amruta. It's not just an exchange, it's an exchange and a pawn.
And no compensation for black. So Zhu Jiner is winning this without any doubt, and it's really incredible to beat Andy Woodward. In that too with great calculations, yeah, not like just by a fluke.
Very clean.
Too good game. Now we got Magnus Carlsen.
Oh man, it's 30 minutes versus 10 minutes, and Jorden is putting pressure.
Jordan has a. So we were looking at this, and it was like Jordan has a chance to create a masterpiece today. So he really played well, but Magnus is amazing defense. I think it started changing. You saw the game?
No.
I must show you the opening.
Knight f6, knight c3.
Okay, which Sicilian did Magnus go for?
Bishop d7 maybe.
No.
Dragon.
No. One last chance, हाँ हर्षित भाई ऐसे नहीं चलेगा.
I mean अभी बाकी क्या classical बाकी है बस.
Knight
p6.
off.
Oh ना रे इसमें क्या question? If you are asking ये
When did Magnus play knight off? Like ऐसे classical में recently.
I thought कि the obvious answer should not be the answer.
No, that's the whole point of it. And f4 was played by Jordan.
Okay.
ये अच्छा है खेलने के लिए आपको.
f4 I used to play e5 with black. Knight f3. Oh, he was knight b3. And now instead of bishop e7, g6 is also a decent idea, like in some lines, to develop the bishop from there.
Okay. Wow. So he went here, and Jordan took here.
Takes. Bishop e3.
And somehow black suddenly felt like a lot of pressure. Like knight c5 आया, b7 मर रहा है, e6 पे pressure, and he had to go very accurately. So bishop a5 was a very good move he found,
Wow. Bishop d3. He takes the knight on c3.
No, he goes back first.
Okay, but it looks so passive, no?
Yeah, बहुत pressure था, and it was very obvious with his. Usually Magnus is roaming around, but यहाँ पे he was sitting for such a long time. He was a full red. His time, the way he was consuming. So Jordan put a lot of pressure for sure. And I don't know if he can, manage to actually get any kind of advantage. Let's see.
Takes. I'm just worried because look at Magnus's clock. Look at his expressions. He looks a bit worried, Amruta.
Yeah, he's so red. It's just 8 minutes and 21 moves for Magnus. Have you ever seen Magnus in such a time pressure?
It's not common for sure. He generally is someone who makes his move fast. A very intuitive player. I'm in Pune now. Josh.
और वापस गए कि नहीं बार्बर के पास?
That day only I went. No.
एक ही दिन है हेयरकट. नहीं और भी है, मतलब हेयरकट करना है वापस तो जा सकते हो ऐसे.
Now I'm in my dad's office.
ओह क्या बात है, अभी बिजनेस भी संभालोगे, चेस भी खेलोगे, हेयरकट भी करोगे, ट्रेनिंग करोगे, टूर्नामेंट खेलोगे. हर्षित भाई क्या चल रहा है, कैसे करते हो आप ये सब?
ऐसा लगता है अमृता लोगों को. I'm just chilling.
नहीं ऑफिस में तो आए हो तो कुछ करते रहोगे ना. इधर भी आ जाओ भाई, ChessBase इंडिया ऑफिस में थोड़ा सा हेल्प करो. आपका MBA फाइनेंस वगैरह बड़े बड़े शब्द सब बता के रखे हो.
Okay, 6 minutes. Let's try to understand what Magnus is thinking. If long castles, you lose the pawn on f7. So you cannot move the king to c8. Knight d6 makes sense to me to hit the rook on b7. I think that's a very decent move. f6 also. Okay, knight d6. Let's try to look at this. Rook c7. And now rook c8.
Only move.
Rook takes c8. If you take, then knight takes c8. c4. I think this is one of the lines he's thinking for sure.
But this looks scary for black, no?
Yeah, but knight, it's not knight d6. The thing is, Amruta, if you play something like f6, which looks decent here, suddenly white can play something like rook to d1.
Wow, well spotted.
And now the problem is the knight on d7 doesn't have anywhere good to go. And look at Magnus. He's like leaning in the chair, one hand on pen, one hand on his back.
So what's the good move, Arshit bhai? There are two good moves. I mean, there are I think two ways to continue here. Maybe more also. But
I feel maybe rook c8 makes sense and he plays it.
oh, but actually, the engine's recommendation was knight d f6, one move, and knight. Okay, but it also changed only later.
Knight c3 is
Knight
too tough.
c3.
Too tough
Why
to
is
grab.
it tough? Because you're grabbing a pawn. What does it feel like a problem?
Because the king is still in the center, white's rook is on the 7th rank. It feels like this should be a bit slow. And Magnus plays rook c8 with similar idea of attacking the c3 pawn, guarding the c5 square.
There's one move which can put a lot of pressure on black. While you look at that and while the chat thinks, I'm just gonna get some more food.
Yes. Yes. Guys, Amruta will be back. Sagar, if I'm not wrong, just reached Warsaw for the GCT event. But right now we have our attention on this game as Jorden is thinking rook d1. A lot of people are mentioning rook to d1. Rook d1 attacks the knight on d7. Does make sense for white to play that. Is there any merit to a move like rook to e1, guys? Rook e1, does that make any sense? To threaten something by removing our bishop on e3? 28 minutes for him, Jorden. What an event. This is 7-round event. Magnus Carlsen returning to classical chess after a long time. Arjun is playing. Nodirbek is playing. Kaan is playing. Rook e1 also looks good. Yes, especially because Magnus has very little time. I think rook e1 can be a very tricky move. Very curious. Okay, let's try to think. Rook e1. Okay, he goes c4. He plays it quickly here. Jorden saves the pawn. Asks Magnus how he wants to continue now. I think it's a smart decision by him. By Jorden to play quickly and play on Magnus's clock. The black king cannot move. The d7 knight is under attack. If Jorden wins this, that would be just insane. But I think it's, we are too far away from him having any sort of a winning advantage. And look at Magnus there. He looked at the clock and he's like, okay, I need to move. King d8, no, but then rook d1. King d8 will allow the other rook to come to d1. Show Arjun, yes, we will go to that game, but right now Magnus has less than 5 minutes. Very intense moment right now. There is an increment of 30 seconds if I'm not mistaken. And he goes knight f6, mistake. Mistake by Magnus. Rook f5 aa raha hai kya? No, what's the move? It's
two moves are very strong for white. Try to think, guys.
Let me think. What that move can be c5 for sure has to be one. For sure has to be c5.
Wow, that's the best move.
Yes, one because c5 you cannot take. Can we just ask that question? If knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes, is it a free pawn or no?
Sorry, I couldn't control my laughter.
Control! But is it a free pawn? No, says Mailesh Konar. Why?
Guys, how many of you know that Harshit Bhai is very tricky? We have 1000.
Yes, free rook. Yes, Harry Potter. Don't panic. Kathan Mamtora. Yes, rook to b8 check. Finito la comedy. You lose the rook on h8. And if you don't take the pawn, then white will advance one step further to c6. If castles after c5, then I think white will just keep pushing the pawn to c6. I think that's the trick.
Push karo, push raho. So then c5 is one move. There's another move which is very good. So people who are saying knight c6, well done, because that's what they meant over here.
Oh,
Crazy.
what a move! Oh my god, knight c6 needs to be played. Amrita, I want to see Magnus's reaction after knight c6. Ryan, great spot.
Actually, c5 से ज़्यादा this is stronger, because here directly क्या करेगा Magnus?
He castle किया तो knight e7 check and you fork the rook also.
Yeah. This
And
is
knight c6. Also, imagine the psychological impact of your opponent playing knight to c6.
Oh, look at Magnus. He did like this. He reacted.
Yeah, this is getting tense.
If Van Foreest converts this, like, impressive, because I really feel he has played very well in this game. Like, he totally will deserve it.
Yeah. Oh wow. He didn't play it yet, guys. That's the analysis board. You can see Jordan's clock is still ticking. 26 minutes for him, 5 minutes for Magnus.
And 20 minutes ahead on the clock. Plus, right now in a situation, if you find the best move, you are almost +1, +0.8 advantage. Who's done that with Magnus before? In a way, at least in the recent times, it's very historic. What he's doing.
Actually, Jordan has this unique playing style where he isn't afraid of playing aggressively and dynamically against anyone. And I feel like we can see that in his opening preparation as well. Very creative player in a way. And I think his playing style is definitely quite challenging in this game for Magnus. But, whenever I see Magnus in a difficult position, I'm just waiting for that one moment where he will start to, trick his opponent and get back in the game. To get a winning position against Magnus doesn't mean you're going to win.
Well said. That is so important. But if he does that, then I think we are slowly seeing that for Magnus, the opposition has grown quite a lot.
Yeah. The players are getting stronger here. Knight to c6, Amruta. Let's try to understand what will Magnus play if Jordan plays knight c6. Like, what's the defense? Knight c6.
Very hard. Like, it feels...
Knight d7 back. Yeah, but that's like...
Like, if you have to... Best defense is rook c6. Like, you have to give up the material.
Wait, actually, this makes sense. Wait, it's not so tough because now king e7, you take the rook takes c4, and honestly, this is very easy to play for black. I agree that I'm down in exchange, but it is actually quite easy to play with white here. I mean, you might have to make a very tough move. Bishop c1, if rook c3, bishop b2, but that's so tough.
ये कैसे ढूंढेगा कोई bishop c1?
Oh, he's about to play it. Knight c6 played.
Oh man! But has he seen bishop c1 and all? Man, what an epic!
Oh, yeah, boom, bam, knight c6 played.
Crazy.
Okay. Ooh, knight c6, yeah.
Too much. I think Magnus, if he has missed in a way, psychological shock also.
For sure.
He had missed this move because it's very possible to miss such a move, yeah?
Yeah, knight c6 is easy to miss. Very easy to miss this move. Oh, I like this. I like this overview a lot. 4 minutes for Magnus. He must take the knight. If not, rook e7 check is coming. e5 pawn is also falling.
Yeah, lots of things happening. And Magnus and... Oh, wait, I just have to change the clocks very quickly.
Yeah, it's actually, as you can see on the screen, Magnus dipping below 4 minutes. Jordan looks as calm as ever, but I'm sure that this is a huge moment for him. Huge opportunity. Not many people can say that I defeated Magnus Carlsen, Amrita.
That too with a masterpiece, so definitely not.
Only a handful of them, and you can see Magnus a bit disappointed. But actually, it's not so easy, guys. I have to tell you that after rook takes c6, even though the advantage is quite, like the engine says, it's big, I do think that practically it is easy to play with black. Because look at those.
Yeah, this moment which you came to, Harshit, he played
takes
that. We are reaching here, I think, 100%. And
Yeah.
Bishop C1, I feel, is a little tough move. But if Jordan finds, then hats off.
Yeah, because if not Bishop c1, let's see, he takes the rook on h8, and we will get to this moment. If not Bishop c1, I wouldn't say that I am a fan of White's position.
So Magnus's assessment was good because you feel like this is a free-flowing position. He sacrificed this. Then he has seen knight c6.
By the way, if you play rook b1 here, a very tempting move. It might not be very strong because black takes the pawn on c2, and if you play rook b7 check, king e6, rook b6 check, king comes to f5, you take the pawn on a6, and now, guys, can you find the best move for black? It's brilliant move.
Wow. Oh my god, lovely.
Because this can become quite a relevant factor in their calculation. Let me just have the chat. See what's up. Yes, no, knight g4 is tempting, but there's a better move. I mean, knight g4 is also good. Knight g4 is also good. But the move I was looking for exactly, yes, Dr. Sumit, Abhiram, developer, rook to e2. And you're threatening to take the bishop on e3 as well as rook e1 mate, and this is just winning for black. Knight g4 was also good.
Yeah.
But no, Magnus is not winning. We'll take you to the live position right now. This is the position.
And I'm coming in exactly 10 seconds, yeah?
Yes. Rook to c4, and now we need to go bishop back to c1, retreat our bishop back to reroute itself to a3. That's the key maneuver here. And I don't think it's easy to find. So maybe, in fact, the move pawn to c5 instead of knight to c6 might have been easier. Anything else besides then bishop c1? Is there any other move, Amruta, besides bishop c1?
Bishop c1 ke bina rook 8 is one move, but there is 0. According to the engine 0.5, I think maybe rook a4 and
oh boy, look at the focus with which Magnus is calculating. He's completely zoned in.
You know, he can even win such positions. That's the whole point about him. He has an imbalance and he creates some kind of the knights and rooks and they come together, and that's his elegance.
That's his specialty. Actually, if you go back to that moment of knight to c6, Amruta, it might be possible that c5, the move that we were considering, might have been a super practical try.
I agree with you completely because it was way simpler, yeah, now that you get into the depth of it.
Exactly. So sometimes gaining material is not necessarily the best outcome if it gives your opponent easy play. And now we go to the live position. We can see knight c6 was played.
Magnus, the temptations are not very, not the best necessarily, na Harshit bhai? Tempting.
Yeah. I keep learning this the hard way. Temptation. Okay, bishop c1, Amruta. क्या लग रहा है? Will you find it?
He has 22 minutes. I think right now he's at least going to think for 5 minutes. Bishop c1 tough. Why do you reach such a stage to, think about the bishop going back? Is it this move which makes you think of that, or what? Because rook c2 though is a threat and you're not saving that. Like for bishop c1, let's say if you have anything for this. Oh, you have that. Okay. That was your idea, yeah, Rishit?
Sorry?
Check. This
Yeah,
was
yeah,
your
yeah.
idea.
The whole point is that the bishop cannot go to c5 from e3, so we can't really go to that diagonal.
But now what will you play? Like if you have to go bishop c1, it's such a hard thing because there is a lot of sequence of moves. Abhi
Now,
bhi forced move.
oh wow, is it bishop f8? Bishop g7? No.
Then
That's
it's like imagine very good point here because black is like winning.
yeah.
Crazy. Okay.
So after bishop a3, king e6, I think it's now time to bring a rook from h8 in the game.
Where?
I guess b8 makes sense. b8 or a8.
B8. Nothing, nowhere else other than yes. Rook 8 only move because now if rook a2, you have rook a6 check.
And if rook 8, rook c6 back, then at least the black rook is a bit passive.
Black rook is passive, and then you again have a good move with rook c1 and exchanging.
Oh, wow.
So then it is fine. Without a rook, it feels safer for the king, at least
He's
for
about to play a move. He's about to play a move. No. I could see him. I could see that he was ready to make a move there. And I genuinely think that he might be going for it. He might play it. No.
No. He's going for the rook.
Going for the rook and he goes,
okay. Still playable. Second best move, but Magnus will go rook a4.
अब नहीं जीतेगा Jordan. Rook 8, rook a4, and look at the speed with which Magnus played that move. Oh boy.
Still 15 moves to make in 5 minutes. By the way, Arjun, everyone's saying Arjun, we will have a quick look at what's going on there. They both have a lot of time. But why not to have one look, no?
Yeah, it goes knight c5.
Oops.
I don't think a lot has changed in the position.
Yeah.
The whole point being that the pawns on a7 and c6 are static weaknesses in black's position.
But you can create a fortress and keep defending them. So it's possible. But Nodirbek will need to go slightly inaccurate at some point at least for Arjun to, manage that. And this one is, she's winning here almost. It's getting over now, +6, c6. I think we're going to see a resignation very soon. Queen d7, c7, c8. It will be over. What a game, Zhu Jiner.
She's proving to everyone that if you try to play very aggressively against me, try to play for a win, I will strike. And I think somewhere Andy Woodward thought that he can just play for a win even with the black pieces against her, but no, she's playing in this tournament for a reason. Really strong player.
Amazing. This was too good. And then we go to Yagiz Kaan to check. This guy also was under time pressure and he's down to 8 minutes, managed his time decently,
He's winning?
clearly better. Yeah, clearly better. 2 knights.
भाई यागिज खान को कौन रोकेगा अमृता?
पर नील्स को कौन help करेगा? 0 out of 4 is such a hard score, if he loses this, he's 0 out of 3. Yep.
Oh my god.
And that's like the first, he's played, it seems the chat said, to a lot of games, and this might be the first time that he's already 0 out of 3 because he's a very strong player, as we are.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yagiz Kaan is going to move to 27-15, 27-16 almost. He's just climbing the rating ladder. Just a few days back, we said he touched 2700. Already 15 point बढ़ा लिए.
At least after 2700, normally what happens is they again lose the points, because they are newly in 2700 bracket. And then wapas aao. But this guy has, I don't think rating even matters for him now. This guy might reach 2900.
Arre.
Yeah, fulfill Magnus's dream.
Okay, so can we switch the board also? Because we have the camera of Magnus, but I think he has a better position.
Yeah, you have to definitely. Sometimes I get lost. कल क्या हुआ अर्षित भाई, सागर भी गया,
हाँ।
पानी भी गया और आज 7 से 8:30 बजे पानी आने वाला था, बट मैं
अच्छा।
भूल गई। जब मैंने देखा, मैं गई डिनर के लिए तो 8:45 हो गया था, तो पानी थोड़ा भर के रखना था, बट ठीक है।
Crazy. Okay.
Oh,
So
Arjun back in the game. Wait,
no way.
we have to go there.
Winning भाई, कुछ भी लिखते हैं लोग तो. What?
They are so happy generally. Bishop C5.
Wait.
क्या हो क्या गया? ये
Can't
मारा
believe
मारा.
this.
Oh, repeating. नहीं, but इतना
No.
लाइन ड्रॉ है नहीं
No,
यार,
no. I
repeating नहीं
think
है.
black gets Amruta. Black gets king e7, king d6, and c5.
Was
He
it
had
so
to play b4.
important?
He had to go b4.
तो अभी भी आ सकता है ना भाई, रुकी इधर खेला है तो b4 खेल
अरे
लूं
नहीं,
मैं.
but king आ गया ना तब तक.
किंग को आने. अच्छा, now you will start attacking this guy. Oh, timing. सब समय का खेल है guys. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is a huge miss by Nodirbek.
Does he realize?
I mean, I'm sure Arjun is going to be very happy to see this. Wait, is it b4? I'm guessing it was.
Plus 1 point, wait. 1.2, 1.3. But okay, let's say even if he would get b4, is it really so winning like king e7?
b5, king d6,
Ah.
and bc6.
No, only move. Ah, that's why he missed this. This one is tough. I think that's the reason he didn't find it. Easy नहीं था. No.
Oh, is it some rook a3 stuff?
Yes. Wow. Man, haircut आपका जलवा दिखा रहा है यार.
Okay, but it's very tough. I mean, you told me that there is a win. That's why it was easy. But it's very tough.
It's tough not to find in the practical position, even if it is just a third move. But something very weird is happening.
Also, to give up the knight, I don't know why he exchanged the knight so easily.
वो तो compulsory था ना, like यहाँ.
No,
हाँ,
he does
knights.
not have to go knight c5.
He could have put some more pressure.
Yeah, he could just play king f1, for example, right?
I think so, but then the counterplay was, I think this was not so much gone because this you come h5, h4, maybe
but
some counterplay ideas.
Arjun is having a huge chance to get back in the game. He goes king to
But
e8.
why not taking e7? Because anyway, क्या हुआ? King e8 पे क्यों आया? Because another extra move, no?
Yeah, this is a bit beyond me. I guess I'm not sure why he
No,
chose.
even if you want to go anywhere, like still you will go with king e7. So it is completely beyond. That's okay. Let's go to Magnus,
Okay.
guys. This is going fine right now.
Yes, Arjun having good drawing chances, very good drawing chances now. Coming back to Magnus's game, I think that, even though Jorden has won an exchange, I think it was in favor for Magnus, considering how active his pieces are. The white king on g1 can easily come under fire, and that's why, although this move knight c6 looked really tempting, I think Jorden should have spent a few more minutes and played c5 instead.
Yeah, you are so right. And in fact, I think it was more like this Magnus, magnanimous, this magnetic thing which knight c6 was pulled in for. And Magnus knows that maybe this gives him the best chances to create counter and winning. Actually, I feel from such a position, very high possibility that he could, if Jorden goes wrong, that Magnus will, just some boom bam, as you say.
Imagine h3. If you play h3, I think black. Okay, h3 is a decent move actually. I was trying to make a bad move.
हर्षित भाई, आपका अभी bad moves का इधर हो ही नहीं रहा है. All are good moves. देखो आपको और भी, if you want to take any major decisions of life or something, it seems like a good phase. वो रहता है ना, राजयोग.
Oh, he's about to play h3. It feels like, yeah, because knight g4 is a threat. There is a movie actually that came out, right? Rajesh Shivaji or something. Something.
Who is there in that? Talpade, Shreyas. No.
Bishop b6 played.
Ritesh रहेगा. But I have not seen. And now black is completely out of problems. Man, these pawns start trolling knights near the king. Padam. But I'm impressed here. This only Magnus can do it. Allow something like knight c6 and find that there is more to it, and it's very difficult to find the best moves like bishop c1, bishop a3, all of that. So Magnus missed it. I'm sure if he would have seen, maybe he doesn't go for it, yeah? And just the fact that he misses it shows that how difficult it was. So ultimate.
Or also he might have thought that he sees it, but he doesn't believe Jordan will see it. Okay, bishop b6. I think it's time to go king e6 for Magnus.
Yep. Good move.
Or at least that's the move that comes to my mind, because we prevent bishop d8 check. We prevent all sorts of rook e7 check. So king e6 looks like a good prophylactic move.
Yes, and we have a result, Harshit bhai. Zhu Jiner has beaten Andy Woodward. It's her first win of this tournament, and with that, she moves to 1.5 points. Wow, great play. Huh?
I'm obviously a bit sad because, in this event, I think, in this entire event, I think Andy is probably one of my favorite players.
Oh, you were friends with him, no? Actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
what an opportunity for him, no, to play in the same
for sure.
as Magnus.
I think it's a great learning experience for him. And here, after bishop b6, I guess Jordan is just checking to see what happened on that board. As Magnus is down to less than 3.5 minutes. I guess that could be a factor where Magnus might be fine with the draw because he has no time. So now my question is, Amruta, will Magnus play for a win?
Yes.
Or he'll be like, he has 3 minutes, so draw is fine.
No. He doesn't care about 3 seconds also, I think.
Oh, by the way, knight h5, knight f4 is also an idea that just came across my mind. Like, at some point, let's say king e6 first.
King e6 is the best move,
yeah. Let's say you go h3 now.
Or rook a7.
Now knight h5 can be very dangerous. And knight f4, okay, it allows rook e8 check. Okay.
What's
and the problem is if king d6, then there might be rook d1 check as well, yeah?
काफी tough है. Bishop e3 बोल रहा है, या bishop basically moving the bishop. Rook d1 also should work though. Maybe.
Yeah, rook d1. Okay, so this is not
moving the bishop and then rook d1 ideas.
Okay, so knight h5 is not really an idea. Okay, Magnus down to 2 minutes now. Ooh. King e6, why is he not playing it? Does he want to go knight g4? But that doesn't make sense because the bishop just moved.
Yeah, he does feel a bit stressed.
Knight d7 is also an idea, I guess. But that's a bit passive.
The best moves according to the engines are king e6, h5 and knight d2. Top 3, I mean.
Oh, knight d2?
Knight d2.
Oh, if rook f2?
Oops.
Oopsie doopsie.
Oh, Chad, be alert. Don't be distracted. Dinner winner, chodo.
But Amruta, will I ask this question later, rook a1 check, because he has now 1.5 minutes left. Magnus, make a move, please. Please, says Ayush Kumar.
Okay.
And he goes king e6. Yes. Okay.
Move again.
And Magnus finds it. He doesn't allow the trade. And Amruta, I recently downloaded this very cool app, which gives you these like notifications every day, like motivational notifications every day.
Oh.
So it comes on your screen every day.
Acha, wait.
So today I got take the risk or lose the chance. And then making yourself accountable for showing up every day is a huge gift to yourself.
Wow, what a nice idea of making an app, something positive. And you downloaded that, Harshit bhai. Normally the like Wilder was one social media thing which had only positive things, but it did not work out much because of that.
And talking about positive things, look at the improvement that we have seen in this game and the speed with which they're playing the moves.
Maybe they're seeing a draw or what? Sensing it anywhere?
And look at this. Magnus goes king e7.
Oh, blunder. Baba, 28th move, 12 moves to make. He made it so confidently, but why is it a blunder, Harshit bhai? Because he might have thought he wants to repeat. Check diya, idhar aaya, check diya. That's what Jordan.
But rook d1 now. Rook d1, bishop d8 check aa raha hai kya?
Exactly. Rook d1 se bhi stronger move. Rook d1 is a good move. Second best, +1.
Rook f5, no. No. Rook e1 is also a move.
Yes, but क्या idea क्या है यार? Everything is defended. Oops.
Yeah, but because you just can't move anything. And then white perhaps wants to threaten something like c6 now.
So like if I make
h5,
move
maybe
this,
maybe c6. No, this doesn't work. Rook c6, I thought bishop d8 check. But I guess this is a draw, yeah? Rook c6.
So maybe here is the move.
Wait.
अरे कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा. You were right about zugzwang. It's more like rook
Yeah, just rook
a4.
a4. Oh my goodness, Amruta, what is happening? Suddenly.
Does he realize? Do you think Magnus understands? Wait, he's keeping a poker face, but maybe he's seen it because normally it's not looking at the board so much.
Also, Jorden kind of was like made this surprise expression like he kya tha ye? King e7?
He did adjust his chair.
I guess he was thinking that king d5 or king d7 was better. I'm not sure, but king e7 and now rook d1. Is that the only move?
Which one? Rook e1 and rook d1. Sorry, क्या बोला?
Rook e1 या rook d1. How winning is that? Or
rook
it's
d1
not?
is plus 0.8. Knight
Okay.
d5 you have to find.
Oh my.
Not easy again in 2 minutes. But even if he finds, he has to use the time. So time pressure is helping Jorden. I mean, he's managed to make Magnus Carlsen feel the pressure, yeah?
Yeah, this c4, c5 was a very nice idea by him.
I've never seen Magnus under these many moves to make, and this is all a very new scenario even for him. Especially when his opponent not in time pressure, yeah, Harshit bhai. Normally, फिर भी your opponent is in time pressure, but crazy. Touch, वो रहता है ना, you have to be in touch to play. Like classical chess का touch एक अलग, it's very different.
Yeah, now rook e1 was the move.
What he missed? He's going for draw. Bhai, if Magnus has seen it at that point of time, he will not repeat the mistake.
This is the psychological advantage of being Magnus Carlsen. You know, because you know your opponent always doubts himself. I'm sure that if Jorden was playing against me or you, Amruta, he would be like, "Arey, kya king e7 khela? Abhi rook e1 khelta aur harata ho isko." But because it's Magnus, they give him so much respect.
Oh my god. I can't believe it. Okay, but you know, it's very hard. Like you can see the moves rook e1 and rook d1, but the moves are working only when there is a sequence you're finding somewhere. So
crazy. But I think more than the moves, Amruta, it's psychological.
Bapre. Okay, he's got if Jorden misses this, and if it goes into draw, I think Jorden is going to really regret this for a long time because it was a crazy chance for him.
But now the question is, Amruta, if he plays rook a6, will Magnus go back king e7? And Magnus checked if he had some water left. He doesn't even have water left. And 2 minutes, so he can't get up.
Somebody please give Magnus Carlsen some water, maybe a bottle, maybe something. But प्यास लगी रहेगी बेचारे को.
मैं पी लेता हूँ.
And then said, look at Magnus' reaction. If he understands right now not to go king e7, what should he play? Look, here to find the next move is difficult. Oh my god, he realizes it. He's realized it because he will not show it, but he cannot hide the expression. Nahi, Arshit bhai, if you go king e5, it's done and dusted again.
अरे यार.
Check. कहाँ भागोगे? Your king is no, not rook 8. Sorry, rook b6.
Ooh, what an idea! But
Mara.
Very tough sequence. And look at this. Magnus looks away from the board, but for sure he's still thinking the position.
So what
Jorden
to do?
is trying to adjust the chair.
Arshit bhai, find the defense. Guys, find the defense. Black to play. Only move. Otherwise, you're lost. So rook a7 check was quite interesting. Jorden is not thinking of a draw, guys. Don't be fooled. Jorden, you must fight. You must fight for the world.
What's the move here? Knight d5.
Yes.
No.
Also, Maulesh has found it. Knight d5. So scary. You're allowing discourse.
And you also want knight e3 at some point.
Nice.
Yeah, the question is, Amruta, if you are Jordan here, will you quickly play rook a6? Or actually will you, because the thing is, if you think more, that even gives Magnus time to find this move knight d5.
I'll at least repeat twice, no? And then I will think. But because the Jordan is right now thinking it is interesting that he doesn't want to even repeat twice. Why though?
But if he doesn't go rook a6, he goes rook a6. He goes for it, and king e7 again. Again a chance.
I think, is Magnus banking on Jordan not finding rook e1, rook d1, or is it really so tough that Magnus and both have a blind spot? और अपने को सिर्फ engine की वजह से it is easier, like rook e1 always.
Amruta, I could see that Jordan was shaking head and he's found it. He's found it.
रुक की तरफ गया वो. Maybe Magnus, bluffed that he will go for a draw. Oh.
And this would be crazy if he goes rook e1 here.
Man.
That would be just crazy.
Jordan, come on. You can do it. You've played an amazing game.
Vamos.
But Magnus is still, I think, he'll find a way, yeah? So, he's Magnus Carlsen.
I also just really, after the series of like Michael Jordan, the name Jordan just sounds so powerful, yeah? Like imagine your name being Jordan. Just so, but he goes rook d1.
Can we call him Michael Jordan?
I think he's creating his own identity here. He goes rook d1.
Michael Jordan's this one famous thing. I think that was my main profound childhood inspiration. I must have missed my 10,000 times. I must have missed it. But it's like everything, like he missed, like how he missed everything million times. And then, but that one time, that one shot, that worked out. Something like that. So that's
rook d1 played. He wants to keep the game going. This shows very strong character by Jordan. He had a draw in his hand. He says, no, I want to play for more. And Magnus find knight d5. Otherwise, his position will seriously deteriorate.
And Harshit bhai, did you realize how smart Jordan is? Because he did not repeat twice, because Magnus is more under time pressure. So he's like, why should I give you this extra move? Oh my gosh. Awesome. This is
really cool. Now, Magnus is put under pressure and he kind of shook his head a little bit there. I don't think he has seen knight d5. Or maybe he has. He's going to play it. He's going to play it and he finds it. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like even if Magnus is frustrated, he's still able to, muster that mental courage to find the best moves. I think most of the people get lost here. Like we get into a difficult position and we start doubting ourselves. Magnus rarely does that.
The resilience is just another level for sure.
And now Jordan also only has 6 minutes, and you could see there Jordan was like, wait, knight to d5? Isn't that a free knight? Guys? Maroge ke nahi ghoda?
If you take, guys, then it's gonna be checkmate.
Yeah.
Not even checkmate.
Maybe
Bishop d8 check, then... But now Magnus is escaping, look at his expression. He's like, bach gaya. Rook e1, maybe I think he's seen or what? Bishop d8 check, what do you play? King e8.
King e8. And the point now is that the knight on d5 can never be taken because rook c1 is a mate. And maybe this gives black enough time to threaten knight e3.
Yeah, like if this... So that's why again to put pressure on your opponent, you need to find a move rook a8, which is critical. Yeah. Okay, so we'll stay at this position. And guys, in general, Arjun's game is going towards equality right now, as the bar is saying. So
Maybe just to quickly see that game and come back here. Okay.
This is the game, Arjun's game.
Yeah, it
And
seems
he
like
will manage, yeah.
I think he will manage to hold. His position has improved a lot.
But pressure hai. Like he'll have to be very careful. Pressure to hai.
Yeah, he still needs to defend. And he has 3 minutes left.
Let's go to Magnus. Wait.
Yeah. Rook c7 just to see.
Yeah, he's made a
doing
move.
it. Okay, no, but
No,
it's not so
it's the
clear.
Best move. That was the best move he could play. Rook
But
b8.
rook b8, rook g8, still some pressure by Abdusattorov. So we'll come back to this game. Let's quickly go to see if there are any moves here. And he does go bishop d8 check. Bishop d8 check. Magnus will not take that bishop. Because if you take it, actually he can consider taking it too, right?
Take. What's your plan?
But king, no, I can't go to e7 because rook e5, rook e4. If I go to c7, I guess h3 simply can be.
h3 is possible. Check, rook d1, lot of ideas.
So he should go king e8. And now he has only 1 minute left on his clock.
And in between, we have got the news that Nils is blundered and Yaz is now clearly winning. He's having 1 minute on the clock, but yeah, Yaz was already better. So yeah, Nils is.
Yaz Kaan, guys. Yaz Kaan is just on a roll. He's on a roll. Do like the stream. We are in the final few moments of excitement in this round. It's round number 5. If I'm not mistaken, just
4
rounds?
7 rounds are total. Today is round number 4, and Jorden has managed to make it Jorden and Zhu Jiner, I think, managed to make it very exciting.
Yeah, in 20 seconds. Magnus is hesitating a little bit. He wanted to go king 8, he did not. Are Magnus?
Oh, 13. Oh, you have to find Jorden. Rook 8 is the must move here.
वो ढूंढेगा rook 8. And then Magnus, what does he need to find?
For rook 8, Magnus needs to find f6.
My God.
f6. I don't think so. You can because if you go a move like f5, very natural.
g4, yeah.
Then comes a check, and you control this, and now you take on d5. इसके लिए वो idea है कि to stop bishop g5 and this idea f6.
I'm kind of hoping Jorden to find rook 8 because then we will get to see Magnus playing f6. I think he will find it.
If Magnus finds f6, yeah.
Played.
Then
man. You said it's tough. Boom. 1 second.
क्या ही है यार. Carlsen is like Carlsen. मतलब Bond, James Bond.
And he completely zoned in. I think he knows the importance of every single move here. The point here for everyone watching is that bishop f6 is a free pawn. And if we continue that variation, king f7, if white takes the pawn on e5, knight e3. And suddenly the black knights and rook coordinate excellently to put pressure on the white king here. And this is why the move f6.
नहीं अभी तो ड्रॉ ही होने वाला है. मतलब there is no chance Magnus can mess it up. He just is looking at the score sheet again and again to make sure he doesn't lose on time. But yeah, the task kind of feels done. Yeah, like white's pressure is going away because black is now threatening. Lots of threats from black. If you still look at the best engine line for putting pressure, then here maybe bishop g5 is still the move because you cannot take on g5, rook d5, and white is very happy. So you need both the knights here. And rook takes c5 marna padega. So we might be talking about this position, which white is still better but feels very difficult to convert.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I don't even think Jordan will try to play for a win. Then he takes bishop f6, king f7, immediately played. And now Jordan must find bishop g5.
Or bishop h4 also works.
No, but bishop h4, I don't think.
हाँ
Because 93.
क्या
Bishop h4, 93, that looks really dangerous. Although white is winning here.
Oh man. हाँ just rook e1 क्योंकि the problem point is if knight
And if rook,
e2
yeah, knight g2,
e4,
rook e4.
will
And if rook
have-
g2, king h1, everything is under control. No te preocupes.
yeah. So knight e3 is then maybe not a threat as such if you have rook e1 and bishop on h4.
But there is knight f4.
Yes. Knight f4 is strong. Nice spot. कोकोनट वाटर पी रहे हो ना अभी भी?
नहीं अभी कुछ नया मिला है कुछ तो फ्रिज में एप्पल जूस कुछ तो
हर्षित भाई थोड़ा सा मिक्सर ले लो और फिर एक फ्रूट लेके आओ और फिर उसको पानी डालो और फ्रूट डालो अभी तो आप पूना में भी हो
अरे
आम खाए कि नहीं या
ओ एवरी डे
अच्छा
एवरी डे आम खाता हूँ अमृता बट राइट नाउ जॉर्डन वाज ट्राइंग टू ईट अ बिग आम बट वो नहीं खाने मिल रहा है उसको
नाही ना रत्नागिरीचा आंबा त्याला नाही देऊ शकत
and 3.5 minutes for him.
But look at Magnus का body language. ऐसे वो पूरा जो लाल हुआ था अभी धीरे धीरे now it will come back to normal. He seems that is understood.
Yeah, I think now Magnus knows that there is too little material left on the board for him to have to worry.
Jordan should not even blunder, after all, after trying everything, suddenly some move happens which you've missed, especially when you are playing against the knight in time pressure.
Oh, wow. Less than 3 minutes for Jordan now. And you can see Magnus now finally looking away from the board. And he gets back to the thinking pose. Bishop takes e5 is tempting, but that allows white, that allows black to go knight e3. So bishop h4 seems to be the most natural move for me. But Amrita, imagine you're playing with white. Just forget about the engine evaluation. Though Ghode and Rook, they are coming towards your king. Would you not be scared that you might lose?
100% scared. 100%.
100? Yeah, exactly. This is not... I mean, practically speaking, I can definitely see scenarios where it is white who wants to bail out. Okay, let's draw and get out of here.
True, yeah. But I think Jordan still feels like he's finding something.
He wants to go to g5 or h4 क्योंकि वो bishop like ऐसे पीछे ले रहा था. So g5 or h4 and he goes g5. Bishop g5.
Okay, he has to take rook c5. If right now Magnus by any chance goes for any knight moves or something, no. He's like, come on here, what are you talking about?
अमृता किसका गेम एनालाइज कर रही है? Rook takes c5 played, and the material count is that white is up an exchange for a knight and pawn. And the question is if the two rooks can coordinate to put some pressure on the black king.
Oh, that's a great point because there doesn't seem any harmony in white's three pieces.
And if you ever exchange your bishop for the knight, I think I would guess that black gets closer to a draw, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
So यहाँ पे क्या मतलब suppose let's try to go into a way.
Let's say bishop d2. I mean, just for the sake of illustration, knight d2, rook d2. I thought that this would help black, but to be honest, I'm not very sure.
Yeah. 0. Yeah, it's better than... It's same only. But I think, tell me something, knight center में आएगा. ये pawn is always protected by the rook and the king. Knight is somewhere closer. It's always restricting the king. धीरे धीरे you are advancing the pawns. Plan नहीं है ना. You can't really put more pressure on black king. True.
Goes back bishop c1. Yeah, at some point you need to also, I mean, if White wants to win, he has to first, put pressure on either the e5 pawn or the g7 pawn. Oh, by the way, right now there might even be some knight c3, knight e2 check kind of stuff.
Actually, he's found a very good move to still put pressure on Magnus by retaining the bishop, because exchange would have helped, as you analyzed, no, that bishop d2. So यहाँ पे rook c2 and knight e f6 can be played, but if by chance you play a move like knight c3,
he goes at 6. Is that okay?
No, it can't be. It's
Oh my.
not. Man, Jordan is back with 1 minute 18 seconds on the clock. This time he's lower on the clock than Magnus.
Is there bishop a3?
Bishop a3 is very good move. There is also a stronger move, which is rook a7 check first and then bishop a3.
But look at Jordan. He's getting excited. He has 1 minute on the clock. Guys, the game is far from over.
Oops, sorry. We have to stick here right now. We're not moving anywhere because what a position. How did Magnus play at 6? Why? What did he have to play here? Yeah, rook c2 khelna tha wapas, which was okay. Like you have to be alert.
And Jordan has seen it for sure, but he has 35 seconds. And look at Magnus. He's like kitne and rook e7
Oh,
check.
found it. भाई +2 हो गया. +2. King कहाँ जाओगे? G6 or back?
But Amruta,
because there is bishop a3 you said and bishop f8.
Okay, so king g6 is bad for sure because bishop a3, bishop f8. So king g8 makes sense.
But king g8, if you go,
he goes
played
for
king
it.
g8.
Yeah.
Okay, find now a good move. थोड़ा सा plan change करना पड़ेगा. Not bishop a3.
B2.
Yeah. Bishop b2. What if
B2.
knight? What if I move my knight though?
And now.
Oh, okay. Of course.
G3.
Open the rook.
Oh, rook d7. Okay.
That's what the rooks
30
wanted.
seconds. Amruta live board pe aate hai. We have 30 seconds left. Bishop b2 is the best move, but far from easy. Far from it being straightforward. And he goes h3. Yeah, this is much more human. And it's a good move.
And I think Jordan may have proven us wrong. Like we thought that, okay, ho raha hai, Magnus is drawing and so on. But maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe keeping these bishops on the board was a genius idea.
Yeah.
As it creates some attacking chances, and now he still needs to make a few moves before they reach the time control. 32 seconds. 30. Is it time to go bishop a3 now? Or is it time to go rook e1?
Rook e1, bishop b2, king h2, candy shop you are in.
You're in a candy shop, but it's not so easy to choose. And he's about to touch the king, and he goes king h2. Wow. Jorden van Foreest seems to have found his form in the final stage of this game. He has made some clutch moves here. King h2 is a classy move here because you are basically saying that I am under so much pressure, but I still have the ability to make a calm move like king h2. Wow. And Magnus Carlsen is under huge pressure.
Yeah, sir, मैंने नहीं देखा है ऐसा पहले मैग्नस का कभी. मेरे लिए तो रेयर साइट है बाबा.
कितने moves हुए अमृता?
39th move. So Magnus has to make only 2 moves, but in that 2 moves, Jordan has to, maintain at least +2. It's going to go beyond 40 moves, Arjun bhai. It's not going to end here. Which means for Jordan, only 1 move to be done. He has 42 seconds.
He just needs to make 1 move till he reaches the time control. But which move will Magnus make?
Knight f6.
Back?
He'll go back.
But that's passive, right? You don't want to make a passive retreating move like that just before the time control.
Then king h7. Or h5, h4 खेलना है क्या? So that you kind of create that futuristic mating net.
Okay, that has some, but h5 is also a bit weakening. I think knight ef6 back seems to be the most logical move, and he goes for it. He goes for it because you can also now place your pawn to e4, which will be defended. And one more move for Jorden to make.
Okay, last move. If he plays bishop a3 here, which is the best move, it will be the best advantage with +2. But if he does not go for that, maybe
if he goes rook d2, can you just tell me what's the situation like after rook d2?
Rook b1.
Bishop b2, knight. Oh, wait. He's about to play. He goes rook
d3 cannot be the best idea. Same, no? Rook b1 aa raha hai. Oh, 40th move for Magnus. His 40 moves are over. He gets up.
Jorden is like, I'm not going to wait here. I'm going to take a quick break and leave you alone to make your final move. I mean, the idea is clear. He wants to go rook g3 and take on g7.
Rook b1. But it's a decent move. Like, Jorden has managed to keep like +1, huge pressure on Magnus, which is amazing.
30 seconds. Is rook b1 the only move? Like, if e4, is he completely losing?
e4?
Yeah, e4 looks tempting.
Rook
is
g3?
It losing? Knight h5, rook g4, knight df6 back.
Then
rook.
rook only move. Rook
g6. Oh, king h7, rook h. And he goes rook d5. Rook c5. Mistake. Right?
matlab you get nothing because now bishop a3 is something white is happy with. Even
but
bishop
time
b3.
control ho gaya.
Man, agar time control ho gaya, to now Jorden is going to take this for sure.
Wait a second. And Magnus gets up. Let me see his facial expressions. Let me see what he thinks. He's definitely unsure.
Right.
If he's going to be able to save this. And this would... And you can see here both players standing, and you could see... Did you see that?
Yes, he was not happy.
Sorry, Magnus kind of made this, like, expression. I'm not sure, like
disappointment kind of. I think
disappointment.
Yeah. Oof. After 30 minutes, there will be additional increment. No. This is final, guys. It's a final increment here.
And what's the evaluation?
Evaluation is now because of rook c5 plus 2.7 if bishop d2 plus 2.4 if bishop a3 plus 1.5 if bishop e3. But what if rook g3 c1 is hanging? Right now, first you have to play bishop e3, and after rook c2 maybe.
Okay, can we quickly check Arjun's game since they have reached the time control?
There we go.
And here we have the game of Abdusattorov Nodirbek against Arjun Erigaisi. And can we get the board as well?
Maybe we'll go to the main screen because with Nodirbek it's very difficult for full screen, yeah?
Yeah, but can we get the board also?
Yes, going there.
And
they also completed 40 moves just now.
No. They just completed 40 moves, and I think Arjun is very close to making a draw now because he's threatening to go pawn to c5 and get rid of the weakness on c6. So Arjun is going to save this game. I think this is a big miss for Abdusattorov.
But I actually feel slightly different here because I felt that even if it is +1, I don't think the players were during the game also feeling it. Arjun was also not in that level of pressure through his body language.
But at this level, you don't get many opportunities like this where you are playing for 2 results. You also against Zhu Jiner, Nodirbek had a huge against
Andy Woodward. He was like plus winning, completely winning, yeah.
And I think this will definitely have a huge impact on the tournament standings, because he wins both games, he would have had 1 point more and he would have already been in the clear lead. Now he's going to draw both these games, which is for sure a small disappointment for him. So he's drawing, and maybe we can just check on Magnus's board again, because those are the only 2 games remaining now. And it feels like Jorden is going to make a move already. He's ready.
Do you remember when he won the Tata Steel, Vikensay? Magnus was in the tournament? Oh, he
Khela.
found. Wow. Bishop E2 found by Jorden.
He was not playing. He was not playing then. Wow. +3 advantage for Jorden van Foreest. What a feeling it must be. I have to tell everyone watching that Jorden, if I'm not mistaken, has helped Magnus Carlsen before. If I'm not mistaken, right?
You're right. You're right. In his World
in
Championship, no?
Yeah, in one of the
last
one of the top events that Magnus was playing in. And here he's facing him and has a winning position. I can finally use this word winning, because it's +3. And I think that it's rather straightforward now, because the e5 pawn is falling. If you go knight f4, then I think I can go rook c3 and trade the rooks.
Yeah, once you trade the rooks, then I'm just very happy, no? Wait, as black, I won't trade the rooks, but rook b5. And then
now
you
even
save your bishop and I go
rook c7 at some point. And that's all she wrote.
And if knight h5?
e5 मर गया ना?
अरे हाँ, e5 मर गया. Time नहीं मिला. So that's why I was wondering, there were a number of moments where engine was roaring for h5. I think what black should have created the bind anyway, h5, h4 ka. So then when your rook is over here, you at least have that meeting net, no?
Actually, if we can go back to that moment on the 40th move, here. 40th move is considered to be one of the most, difficult moments for chess players, because you need to make a very big decision. So you can either play something like knight f6 back, which I think he should have played.
He played.
Oh no! Oh, in the live position.
Acha. Wait.
Let's go there. He played knight f4. Oh, so rook c3 now. This is happening.
Yes, this is happening, and maybe what we thought it will last long. Maybe Jorden is beating Magnus. If Magnus loses this in 7 rounds, I think already no chance, because so many players are on. 5 players were leading here.
Yeah, no. If he loses this, I don't think he can win the event.
And also, Harshit bhai, if Zhu Jiner beats Magnus Carlsen.
No, but Yaz Kaan, Amruta.
Oh, yeah. That is last round. Magnus versus Yaz, they have kept last round. I say like a party.
It was rook g3. He doesn't go for rook c3. He goes rook to g3.
Knight h5 will come. Jorden was the second for Magnus in 2021 World Championship against Nepo. Yes, Sakar confirms that. Thank you. Which engine I am using? This one. Oh, Fritz 20 or Leela 0. Fritz 20, you can go with, you can do a lot of things with, like you can play, and also I don't know your level. Maybe if you're advanced level, it's different. I'm using a Leech's engine. Harshit, by Pune mein, like you have you been to the chess hangouts?
Chess hangouts?
Huh?
No.
Like they have this hangouts where it's a very nice place. We have written an article. You can check.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe if it is closer to your place, then nice.
Wow. So Amruta, how does it feel now that you were commentating just a few days back with Sagar. Now he's in Warsaw.
Now, yes, yesterday only, like it's not yet hit, like it actually hit yesterday only. Somehow मैं कल से एक ही गाना गा रही हूँ, परदेसी परदेसी जाना नहीं. Somehow it was so difficult for me क्योंकि it's been, I realized, a long time since he is away for 1 week because I've been traveling. 1 or 2 days is different. So it was a bit hard yesterday.
So he's going for the Grand Chess Tour, right?
Yes,
For the
Warsaw. During comment when I'm at home, when I'm working, then I like forget everything. So then that is what happens when he's not there. I like forget. I work more sometimes. So that, but it's okay.
You can come to Pune, Amruta.
Yeah, Pune, I really want to. In fact, Soumya, you can meet. No, she's not right now in Pune. She's
Soumya is in Chennai.
Chola chess. Knight h5. Oh, plus.
Knight h5 played.
How much, Harshit bhai, if you are playing in this position, let's say, actually, yeah, with a higher rated opponent, आप white हो, तो यहाँ पे like, are you thinking कि you must be +2? Are you even thinking what evaluation the engine will be giving, or how do you think about assessment in general?
I do think that I would probably know that this is very close to winning for me because of the fact that I have my pieces on perfect squares. The rooks have aligned together to target the g7 pawn. The bishop is undoubtedly on the best diagonal possible to hit the e5 pawn and also indirectly put pressure on the g7 pawn. So it does feel like white is really close. The question now is that how do you finish it off, right? Because the black's position is hanging on by a thread. Maybe rook c3 now to eliminate one more defender would make sense.
So you're saying once the rooks are exchanged, you are super happy, right?
He goes for it. He goes rook c3.
No way Magnus will take that because that is clear-cut finish. Okay,
Amruta, what's your prediction? Will Jorden win finally this position or no?
एक second,
Guys, what do you think as well? Because we do know that, objectively, Jorden is winning. But do you really believe that he will be able to defeat Magnus?
यहाँ पे if next 3 moves, if I can calculate, then yes, Jorden can. And guys, the best move for rook d5 if we have to calculate. Wait, I will go rook c7. Very obvious. Let me see if it is a blunder. Oops. No, I don't think Jorden can beat Magnus. Harshit bhai, that's my answer. Because I made a blunder over here. Oh God.
Rajan says he will. There was a point where he doubted himself before 40th move, but he is over it now.
जैसे हर्षित भाई आपने बोला कि 40th मूव वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है चेस प्लेयर्स के लाइफ में, वैसे 40 years, 35 years, 25 years, like which is an age for you which you think will be the most critical for
अभी 25 हो गया लास्ट मंथ में, तो
हाँ, तो सबसे क्रिटिकल एज अभी 25 years में कौन सा था और कौन सा आएगा आपको लगता है?
I don't know, to be honest. I think I don't think about these things, to be honest. Which was I think every year like was similar. Yeah. I mean, I to be honest, I think after I graduated, it was the best for me because I became like so flexible in terms of my timings. Like I could travel. So I guess when I was 23, that was the best.
अच्छा, so आपको college you didn't like to go, huh? You didn't like to study. Let's be realistic and be truthful. पढ़ाई अच्छी नहीं लगती थी ना आपको?
नहीं
हेयर कट जाने नहीं मिलता था फिर.
I love sports, so whenever I get a chance to play sports, it's amazing.
Nice.
Okay, rook d5 played, Amruta.
Yes.
What about you? What has been the best year for you, or the most like critical year?
मैं सिर्फ सवाल पूछती हूँ, मैंने कहा सोचा रहे.
I think it must be when the most challenging year would have been right after you got married. Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Never easy for, so many transitions in life. But I also think decision leaving chess was something was, yeah, that year in 2017 it was a big decision. So that was something where I've always lived my life where until 80 I'm going to play chess like Korchnai.
But your best year is for sure when you were teaching me chess, yeah?
Of course. Well spotted there. I missed a big opportunity when your mom said, ki, please, can you come home and every day, work with him for a long time like that way. I should have accepted that because maybe आप like GM नहीं शायद वर्ल्ड चैंपियन होते थे और अभी मैग्नस के साथ आप खेलते रहते थे या उल्टा भी होता था GM ही नहीं होते थे कभी. Oh my goodness. Crazy.
That was fun times. Okay, rook d5.
Just tell me, what is Magnus drinking like with in that like पानी है वो पता चला but वो कप में इतना सारा क्या पी रहा है because you can't drink tea so much, right?
मैं तो खुल के पी रहा हूँ पेपर बोट एप्पल फ्लेवर वेरी गुड.
भाई तो एक बार तो स्पॉन्सर लेके आ पेपर बोट से.
हाँ वो पूछना पड़ेगा थोड़ा.
हाँ ना MBA फाइनेंस का है यार हर्षित भाई बहुत भरोसा है आपको आप पे. Crazy nice joke. Okay, but guys, yeah, rook c3.
Knight g2 is threatened by Magnus.
So I made a blunder which was rook c7. But other than rook c7, if I am looking at any other move, which is not a blunder.
One is also not a good move, I think, because that allows knight e2.
Hey, it's not easy here. Did you find a move here?
I think the best move in this position would be to go rook c2.
Just stop your opponent's threat.
Yeah, that's what I would play here. And he plays it. Jorden plays it. He goes rook to c2. Stops all kinds of ideas on the 7th rank. And
but can I not? No, I cannot push this because then you have g4. No, e4 खेला तो g4 आ जाएगा.
Yeah.
Over.
Also, Amrita, if you remember, there is this famous saying that whenever you have an advantage and you stop all your opponent's threats, your advantage increases.
Nice.
Or at least it doesn't go down. So it's very important when you have an advantage to stop your opponent's ideas, because that's when it's like, you take a fish out of the water, it's going to try really hard some tricks here and there to get back inside of water. So you need to make sure you stabilize your position. Actually,
such a critical point you have mentioned, guys. If you're hearing all the intermediate players especially, because that's the resilience, like opponent keeps finding resources if they are higher rated, and many times we are better, we have more material, but we only want to do something which is like a adrenaline thing, which is so unnecessary. Just sit calmly in a cafe and maybe have some lemonade.
Dolce far niente.
Yeah. What?
The sweetness of doing nothing.
अरे यार वो वापस लेके आए तुम. डॉल्चे वापस once more हो जाए हर्षित भाई. Slowly like वो 0.5x में बोलो थोड़ा.
Dolce far niente.
Dolce far niente. Okay. Dolce far niente. Oh, बाप रे. People know it in the chat. Crazy.
Yeah, poor Nils actually. He started with 0 out of 4. This is really tough for a player. Especially because you think that you have been given such a good opportunity to play in the same tournament as Magnus, Arjun, Nodirbek. But in fact, on the contrary, they can be very brutal. Instead of being enjoyable events, you can just come down and every day they just keep on giving you beatings. So I hope he finds at least 1 or 2 draws to stabilize himself. Yeah, but also you learn from this. I think Vaishali had once a very bad event in Chennai Grandmasters. After that, she played candidates and she FIDE Grand Swiss and she won the event. So, yeah. By the way, Harshit, now what to play? Because you have defended everything. But सिर्फ ऐसे relax तो नहीं कर सकते ना या कर सकते हो? Yeah, no, I think it's now time to go something like rook f2, maybe, or that's the move that comes to my mind.
Knight d3 actually.
Knight
It's not a
d3 I was.
problem, yeah.
I don't know.
Even if you take, then are you confident about such a position?
No, okay, let's go back. Maybe not rook f2. Okay, let me try to be a bit more assertive. I mean, I feel like I need to make a pass, like bishop a1 maybe. I just need to make a pass move, in my opinion, like to keep, like basically, and now threaten something like rook f2. So
what is irritating for black is like this is something you want to do, but you again have stopped his threat with this bishop. Yeah.
Also, you want to move the rook away from d5, but you can't do that.
Yeah. Oh, he's about to play. If he plays rook c7, that's one of the best moves as well. Bishop a1, rook c7.
Yeah. And maybe we can quickly check Arjun's game as well.
Yes. Let's go there. Still, Nodirbek is getting this slight up and down, slight edges.
And now we started with 30 minutes and they only have 3 minutes left. Oh, no. That was the other one. Okay. He has 26 minutes.
King g2.
Okay.
Has been
they have a lot of time actually.
Just the fact that Nodirbek is still trying means this is a position you can put enough pressure, no, for black to kind of slip away at some point.
For sure. This can definitely be a really tough endgame to save, especially because once you exchange, for example, let's say you get into a 4 versus 3 endgame where white has the pawn on h5, g3, f2, e3. That's
one second.
Yeah.
Hello, Sagar.
Hello, hi Amrita.
Hi. Look who's here. We have Harshit bhai. Me.
Game cho Sagar bhai.
Yeah, I was also doing Dolce Fia Niti.
Kaise ho bhai?
So I was learning from Harshit bhai how to do nothing.
But bhai, it's a very crazy day here because we have 2 results.
Amrita?
Sunai de raha hai kya? Oh, he cannot hear, you know. We're so stupid. Wait, because Harshit is talking to you.
Can you check your WhatsApp?
I muted it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh, sorry. Abhi tak nobody told me my WhatsApp was ringing. Itna time se. Very surprising. Maybe nobody messaged me.
Yeah, ding ding ho raha hai.
अरे यार okay fine अभी कर दिया हाँ but Harshit was talking to you. Unfortunately you couldn't hear but you must be busy no right now.
What did he say?
क्या बोला Harshit bhai? I'll repeat to him.
No, I was just saying today is a crazy day because we have 2 results where Zhu Jiner and Yagiz won with white and we might get 4 results with 4 white wins.
Yeah, he's saying it's crazy day today because we had 2 results already. Zhu Jiner winning with white, Yagiz winning with white, and maybe the other 2 also.
Zhu Jiner beat Nils. Huh?
No. Zhu beat Andy Woodward. Man, what a game, Sagar. Beautiful. तो वो तो मैं तुम्हें मैसेज करती हूँ but it's a must, like crazy, मजा आ गया. And Yaz beat Nils, so Nils is having a tough time. Magnus, Jorden, yaar, delight. It's like a movie. Maza kar raha hai.
Magnus is losing, yeah?
Magnus is in big trouble. And Arjun versus Nodirbek, it's draw, but you can't, like that one slip can happen. So you have to be very careful.
Nice.
Yeah.
Amazing.
How are you? How are you in Warsaw?
I had a very intense day. 12 to 6 kind of.
Oh.
Many interviews. I interviewed Javokir Sindarov. I interviewed Firuja.
Oh.
Wow.
I also did opening ceremony coverage. Maza aaya.
Man, all alone.
So now I will go and work.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll go and work.
Okay.
So I am not joining the stream because I have a lot to do.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Of course. I don't think right now is a good time to spend some time
Actually,
with me.
I was on the way back. I just tuned into the stream and I was seeing you guys commentating. It was very enjoyable. So please keep going.
Yes, sir. Definitely. Harshit bhai यहाँ पे है तो बढ़िया चल रहा है.
Yeah. और हर्षित भाई को भी बोलना कि मजा आया देख के.
Done. Will tell him. Take
care.
See you बोला वो.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay,
Okay.
which board you want to go to? Magnus, no?
I want to go to Magnus's board because Rook A2 played.
Knight G6 khela and then he played Rook A2. Yeah. What was your, by the way, thing that Magnus, who is winning here? Like, who will win here? Prediction, Harshit bhai, you had asked the question, no?
People, I think, were saying that Jordan will win.
Yeah.
Because before move 40, they thought that it might be a draw. But now I think that people have started to actually believe that Jordan might win.
This might be one rare time, you know, when so many people, because earlier, even if Magnus is losing, everybody would be, no, but Magnus won't lose that way. So this is a rare time that, like, that is what, how Jordan has managed to prove here, which is super amazing.
It's crazy.
Rook C A2 खेला गया है. I'm not finding anything where white can go wrong if unless he leaves this second rank maybe.
But he had +3, no? So the advantage has decreased a little bit.
Yeah, +1.7. I think Magnus will find a way somehow in the end if he manages this time to bring Jordan in time pressure. Khela Rook D1.
Rook D1 played. I'm going to make a bold prediction, Amruta. I'm going to say that Magnus will not lose.
अरे ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. Will not. You mean draw? Oh, draw your win. Okay. That
Sorry?
is good. Not lose मतलब दोनों रिजल्ट हो सकता है ना. Magnus
नहीं,
can
I
even
think, मतलब नहीं जीतेगा नहीं Magnus, but I think
draw. Okay.
draw.
Then I agree with you. Okay,
अरे?
guys. अरे मैंने तो already वही बोला ना कि Magnus is basically not going to lose. सिर्फ अलग शब्दों में बोला है. और क्या अभी ऑफिस का काम थोड़ा तो पापा से सीख लो भाई.
हाँ, थोड़ा सीख. But it's very good. Maybe actually, whenever I'm in India, I will join from here. It's very nice space.
You can also practice क्या over there?
Yeah, it's very good.
अच्छा. अरे then तो we will come to Pune. We'll
Oh,
stay at my place and we'll go to the office and we'll work
You
over
will
there.
love it. Actually, it's very nice.
Nice.
You want to see it?
हाँ, show ना.
So,
Must वाला.
so here.
रुक.
Camera. 1 second. My iPad has this. How can I show it? Well, it's a bit blurry.
चलेगा ना. अच्छा तुमने वो पोर्ट्रेट मोड में लगाया है क्या? तो नहीं दिखेगा.
Portrait mode, yeah.
तो कैसे दिखेगा?
मैं change कैसे? I don't know actually. मैंने कुछ भी नहीं किया इसमें change.
डायरेक्ट दिखा अभी एक बार just change it.
Like how to remove this blur or something like this. I have
वो
video
जो
setting.
I think you have to go to the Apple parlor and ask them. I तो have only बाबा वो खाने वाला एप्पल है मेरे पास.
How you can see it?
हाँ एक सेकंड ठीक है भाई.
So here is like some TV, and here you can see a king.
Oh, Raja! Oh wow.
Then there is a knight.
ये तो chess office लग रहा है यार. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
a chess office.
And then like I was sitting there right now.
Okay. Gaming chair वगैरह nice setup.
Nice, yeah. And then on this TV, basically, I can even teach chess like with this.
Oh, you can take cams. We can have cams, no? Here?
Yeah.
Harshit Raja cams.
So it's a very nice place to work on chess as well.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you, yaar, दिखाने के लिए. Actually, was it always like this? Like since many years, or is it new or something?
No, my dad renovated it. So he made it chess, and there is a knight because knight is my favorite piece and my favorite part of the day.
Oh. Night is the favorite part of the day. Too good. Thank you for showing. I think we would love to come there once and ऐसे थोड़ा बस practice करेंगे ऐसे मजा आएगा.
Oh, for sure. It's very, very good.
Very good.
Amruta, actually, I just go home.
Yes, it must be late for you, no? It's 20 to 40 right now. 10:40 हो गया है.
10:40.
And you have not even have food. So Yes,
bit.
yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Harshit bhai, for joining, because I think it was such a critical play there, and because of you, सब कुछ explain हो गया.
It was a lot of fun. I'll try to join tomorrow as well
Done.
and see how it goes. Okay,
Take care.
until then, see you. Bye bye.
Bye, bye, bye. And guys, that was Harshit Raja for you from all the way from, as Sagar says, Pune, in the very nice office. कौन सी तैयारी चल रही है पता नहीं उसकी, बट ऑफिस जा रहा है, शांति से घर आ रहा है वापस, ऐसा फैमिली मैन टाइप फीलिंग क्यों आ रहा है पता नहीं, बट आ तो रहा है. अमृता, हर्षित भाई forgot about the 5-star ad. कौन सा वाला? GCT, we don't really know, like without cameras, whether you guys would be interested or not. I've not seen the chat for a long time because the game was so interesting and so much analysis was going on, so it was just not possible. But that was a great addition to the commentary today. Thanks, says Alberto. Of course, all the time I think Arshit has very good insights to share, and if you really profoundly hear and try to apply certain things while you are playing practice games and solving and all that, it's useful, guys. It's absolutely useful. So शादी की शहनाई सुन रही says Jaya. Bishop c3. Guys, I am also, the problem for me is I've not seen Magnus lose like easily. So at this moment, for me to also predict that Jordan will win, I will at least have to see this one time happening. So my prediction is Carlsen won't lose. Harshit also predicted the same, but maybe because he thought I predicted different, I don't know. But I must say that Jordan has played brilliant game today. Really, like hats off to some very little aspects, even at a psychology level. I think one of the thing I really liked, he did not hand move the twice repetition, that one extra move for Magnus to reach 40th move that mattered. All these little things came together. Of it only makes sense if now Jordan is able to convert. He would be very happy. As we discussed, it will be a masterpiece if he can do that. But even if he can't, I think the game has definitely got the trophy as the masterpiece. Arjun has only 3 minutes. I think we can go there now because these guys have 19 and 18 minutes. And Arjun's game right now might be, not. कहाँ 3 minutes है? 16 minutes है ना? Wait, let me also do a full screen. Oops, I have to adjust the camera a bit. Yeah, 16 minutes, guys, because they got 30 minutes additionally, right? So both of them have a lot of time. So let's look at Arjun's game, because rook a6, last few moves were rook g8, rook b2 he went, king g2, went rook c2, and now rook a6. So c5, I think black is waiting for a successful c5. Now rook b7 he's played with the idea of counterplay. Yeah? Rook b2, this is defended and you are threatening this. So how do you stop rook b2? Immediate threat is to go rook c8, so that if rook b2 you have check and it should be winning. So you've stopped your opponent's threat. Ooh, and then if black finds the move, which is kind of tough because here you have to go this move, give him a pawn here and say that yes, I want to capture a5, I'm okay with the isolated pawn, something like this. Maybe he's okay. Arjun has assisted well. But if not rook c8, let's say Nodirbek goes g4 to defend, then rook b2. Okay, then it must be very simple. So for Nodirbek, if he wants to really try, he needs to go rook c8. That's the only way which he will go for. So guys, I think here he's going to think of rook c8. If he goes rook c8, then I think after king h5 we will need to do some analysis. That is, after 2-3 moves we will need to do some analysis. But if he doesn't go rook c8, then it's gonna be a little bit, yeah, easy fizzle out, like less pressure, no pressure maybe even. So I'm shifting to the third board here, which is Magnus Carlsen's board. Rook e2, rook d5 played. Bishop c3 he's gone to. What's happening? Like, okay, rook d5 को bishop c3 का क्या जरूरत था? Why is he not going, let's say, rook f2 with the idea of rooks like anywhere over here? But he first goes bishop c3. Again, if rook d3, you are going to take bishop e5. So you can't move that. If rook c5 again, then if you go bishop a1 back, so knight hf4, and you are just trying to improve your pieces. Just what should not happen is they are moving the pieces here and there again and again without much progress. Any question time? Let's try to make a mistake here. I forgot the fact that Jorden is exchange up. Yes, he is exchange up. Just that, like, if it was any other person here, and if Magnus is white, we know that he will convert. But you know, because Magnus's defense and resilience, like he comes and finds that one resource which becomes difficult. So that's why we are a bit. How do you try to stay solid? Because when you are trying to put some tricks, let's say, you're not messing up your own position. That's equally important. So maybe go knight f4. We saw, I just forgot the last few moves because Jordan hasn't found anything. No, this one was my analysis. So after bishop c3, knight f4, ये attack किया, ठीक है? Now the rook goes to maybe b2, suppose, wanting to go to b7. तो यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे? ये अटैक किया. Now the bishop cannot stay on this diagonal, so the bishop has to go back, and some relief for black. So that's why I think I don't want to go rook b2 and all that. So I don't really understand the bishop c3 move. Don't really like it, but I believe Magnus is going to go knight f4. But Magnus is coming again under time pressure. 13 minutes on the clock. 19 for Van Foreest, which I thought he might, use a lot of time. Generally, when you are having a better position, it's a good idea that you are not going low on time than your opponent, because that gives him that slight edge to fight for. So I really like Jordan's time management. Very good. Rook e3, then rook a5 just wins the pawn. Is there 30 seconds increment? Absolutely, yes. क्या ही मजा आया ना, पर मतलब what a game these guys were having, and 40 moves तक तो like 15, 17, 18 moves to make for Magnus. We were expecting this move. I like it, what he played. And Magnus down to such low time rarely happened. So we were completely glued to the screens, I think. Material imbalance. Yeah, this game is one classy example of material imbalance, that how at certain moments how those knights were doing really good, how the harmony of the pieces was good, and how at other times, white, if he is able to get this which right now is, he's having this edge over here with his material, is he can slowly convert it. It's tactic advantage here, because it will stay. Rook e3 played. We're looking at rook b2, but rook e3 is better because there's no rook d3. There's no rook rook c5 is not giving you any extra idea. And somebody had mentioned rook a5 winning the pawn. That's nice move, because if you take, and then you are attacking this, and look at the knights are struggling for the same squares. So this was a nice line there. Rook e3 played. So there is a threat now. Rook a5. Big threat incoming. How does black stop that? Actually, because he can't leave the 5th rank and go any move like rook d1. Bishop e5 आ रहा है rook d1 को. कुछ भी है क्या compensation? If you take and rook d2. You can't save this anymore, but your king is getting out. Rook g2 is not possible. Knight g2 is like, oof. The knight over here cannot be working. Okay. Oh my god, are we saying that Jordan is closer to converting this? Is rook a5 similarly powerful? It is. But I know what Magnus wants. Magnus wants to go rook b3, pinning over here. Now you don't have bishop e5, but there is a very classy move. Classy. क्या करोगे white to play? Very cool move. G3 don't play if not necessary. I mean, unless... Oh, but engine says it's fine. क्या बात है? But whatever it says, it will be still the... Something that is not necessary to weaken. I generally, for pawn moves, you will not go for it. अरे सुंदर, बढ़िया मुंह निकाला. विश्वनाथ, fun with Jayant. Yes, Gaikamo, he ridden bishop d4. Look at the disco attack here. And now the rook, if he leaves any place, then you lose the pawn again, reviving the threat. And one rook is exchanged, tab to, like flow is easy, yeah. It's like engineering हो गया, अभी आगे क्या easy है ना guys? Is it? Do you agree? Engineers would know better. Is studying engineering easy or like easier than doing a job after engineering? I think I need to stand. बहुत देर बैठ गई हूँ मैं. Mrityunjay says winning a winning game is really important. Nodirbek really bleed his time. Last I checked, it was 1.4 in his favor. True, but it was some difficult calculations and practically not like very obvious ones. I think without having his interview where deeper chess questions are asked, it's hard to understand what he was thinking. Like he would know he's better, but how much and what he kind of missed. Clean conversion by Foreest. That's true, man, Arjun. I mean, Foreest is proving everyone quite wrong. Engineering is the most difficult, Amrita Bhabhi. This is Satya from Kenya. We met at Doha. Arey. Oh, nice. Doing a job would be tougher, I think. Ryan, you're studying, no? That's your guess. I'm an engineer. Haha. Doing engineering is easy, but doing it from big colleges and getting a good package is hard. Or okay, if I found, how does Magnus feel about it? I think I was wrong. Jordan is winning this. Jordan is winning this, guys. We did check for rook b3, bishop d4 was a good move there. How else can he... Okay, what if he simply keeps the rook, okay? You finally say, I capture the pawn. Will you capture the pawn here? White to play? Will Magnus play for World Championship match again? No. Once you outgrow certain things, you outgrow them. Knight e5. Rook a5. And let's say we reach a position where something like this, yeah? With a good knight here. He's gone rook b3, by the way. And if g3, It's a blunder here because of check. King moves and knight h3. So that would be a draw. Blunder ही था वैसे. But will Jordan play bishop d4 now? g3 was suggested by somebody else as well. But if he goes bishop d4, then I think I'll say for sure कि this is being converted. खत्म. बस कितना टाइम लगेगा पता नहीं, but खत्म. So we'll wait for this one move and we'll move to Arjun's game. Yeah. To improve chess, you mean? Or to improve your engineering? That I can't give. चेस के लिए 1000 एडवाइजेस है. Take your opponent in deep forest where 2 plus 2 is equal to 5, but Jordan already forest, so not for him. Mrityunjay. Chess के लिए I do think like there are hundreds of methods, yeah, in a way, वैसे तो. But what you are enjoying the most, which is helping you to do it more and flow more, you feel at the end of the day some sort of joy of working on your chess, not like, oh, I have to prepare this opening, I have to prepare that opening, and not the kind of stress in general. Um, just looking at it a bit differently, if at all, it's not giving you a joy, giving you that joy, or if at all you're using it majorly to get out of other things, or more like you cannot control playing back to back games mindlessly you are doing all these kind of things. Firstly, you can try to observe and stop doing them, and purely for the sake of understanding, gaining more knowledge and how to apply it. Knowledge though is very easy to gain, like it's everywhere, but the question is whatever knowledge you're gaining, how quickly you can apply it. So basically how you're grasping it. So when you are grasping it, how much you're focused, how in general you apply, that's more important. So very few people fatafat can apply what they've learned. Very nice, Jen. Your coach is doing well. Jaya says, Amrit, I believe there is major work tomorrow leading to water shortage in Mumbai. Till Wednesday, please fill water. Yeah, I think got the notice, but I was I had to put alarm. I forget actually. I forget a lot in general. I used to forget mobiles and purse and everything everywhere in a way. But I never lost anything because of that. I think somehow I was very lucky. People used to return that to me, and they would keep it safely. The only time like one time I was in Kumbh Mela and my mobile was stolen. That too in the last 2 minutes of the trip. But that was funny. Sise says only 3 moves preserves the advantage, says Akash. Only 3 moves, which means that bishop d4, g3, and rook c5. So are you really saying if any other move, like let me make a move like rook e6? Oh, somebody wanted a question. Black to play, guys. What should black play? Why is this move a mistake? There is no way Jordan is doing this, but at least. What will you do? Oh, you're 20. Oh, wait. He's playing. Oh, bishop d4. Well done. I will come back to this. Bishop d4 found by Jordan, which means, guys, this is finito. As Harshad Bhai says, maybe Peter Leko will say cemento. Sagar would say khatam, khatam. Really, Magnus is still trying, yeah? Knight h4. Ooh, because only move. Guys, only move. What will you play here? White to play. अरे बढ़िया सा सवाल. Oh, very easy. But ठीक है. Bolo. I knew it. I knew you guys are going to fall for the trap. Exactly. G3 would be a mistake. So many of you want to play that move, and this would be a big mistake, which is a fork. But there is a check here. King H1 ko maar diya, and believe it or not, this is a draw. This is maybe the final trick Magnus might be looking at. But if Jordan would have quickly made a hand move, अरे four का गया. Which how many of you would have done? Tell me very honestly if it was your blitz game. But nahi, Jordan just has to make sure. Even a move like Rook A2. Okay, I want to just show you this for the fun of it. Takes. This is a draw because no, because it's not even a wrong color, but you will exchange the pawns. That's why. So the only move which remains is G4, and lot of people have said me. Matlab G3 to was natural. If it was Blitz, maybe yes, Jordan may have played it. But if it's not Blitz, then of course he's not gonna go for this. Arjun plays Jordan, Zhu, Andy next. Acha, thank you for. What about I think Magnus plays Zhu, Andy, and Yaz, right? In the last 3 rounds. So G4 is the move which Jordan has to go for. And maybe what Magnus might be thinking is, can I create a fortress here? भाई अभी भी वो ट्राई करे, मुझे लगा कि खत्म, मतलब लाइक लिटरली खत्म हो जाएगा. एंड वाइट, ये मैंने पूछने चाहिए था. मे बी मेनी पीपल डिड नॉट हियर. गाइस, व्हाट विल यू प्ले विथ वाइट? आई एम श्योर सो मेनी ऑफ यू आर नॉट वेरी अलर्ट. वाइट टू प्लेयर. All those who are, please मत बताओ. But all those who are not alert will not be alert anyway. You're 2021 rated in FIDE. Playing tournaments, the best, one of the best things, as I said. Because for your rating, you will definitely find tournaments in your city. I think you will live in Kerala, no? Blitz, Rapid, Yakobagad books, calculation, and a few more. Try to look at some games from Mega Database where you will be able to, like, sometimes you can choose one player and see all his games. Like, for example, you can choose Gary Kasparov, Vishy Anand. You can see a lot of their games, and then you understand bit more about their style, like as a whole. Magnus Carlsen, of course. Maybe recently even Sindarov, that way, if you find. And sometimes people do this, they follow one player, like, so they follow all the openings of that player, they follow all the though for the top players currently it's very difficult, but it's one idea which people do it. Bishop takes f4. If bishop takes f4, e takes f4, and then black is very happy. And I think people who are not alert, trying to be alert, if you take e5, which you didn't, very good. There is knight f3, 4. So just some final tricks in general, but I think Jordan will definitely find a move g4. We'll come back here. Time to go to Ajju Bhai's game, because now that's going to get super critical. Or no, rook c8 was played. He took here, takes. What? Why is it so much better? You had to take rook c6. What? The engine didn't understand or what? King h5. Okay. Yeah, the engine doesn't understand. So you have 4 pawns each, but Arjun has this 1 pawn. If you lose that pawn, then yes, white would be definitely putting a lot of pressure. But why would you lose that pawn, right? So g4, he goes back. He goes here, he goes back and asks white, what's your idea? You want to bring the king and I want to stop your king. Yes, you have the whole 7th rank. I agree. but there is a barrier for your king. There is no entry over here, guys. It's like one way ho gaya hai. And even if the king will try to come from here, यहाँ तक भी आएगा, but it cannot attack the rook in general. And while it comes anyway, yeah, then you have some other ideas. This pawn can also always become a passer. So a lot of counterplays there because material is equal. If this was like 1, 2, 3 pawns versus 4 pawns, another story. But it goes king g3, king f4, g6, king g3. And I think maybe white will try to create a passer yahan pe some way. But Arjun has to be careful. That's the only thing. You even if you have to move the king, you can't move over here. Rook h7 will come. So you have these two moves to keep playing. You also have these two moves to move, like create a. What? Yeah, f3, e4. I think I like that idea. You're studying Capablanca chess games. That's awesome. Sagar's favorite in classics was Capablanca. In fact, I don't know if you've seen his Learn from Classics on YouTube. He has this. You can check it out. Some amazing. If you've not watched this, have you watched? Let me know. There are 2, 3 playlists which can help you. Slow and Steady with Biswa. Then this Learn from Classics. Then this Grandmaster. Um, what's the name? Grandmaster, arey yaar, I forgot. But a grandmaster will come. He will show the whole game. The comedians will try to find a move. There will be 10 points for. So there will be a question asked, and it was nice. It's 10 episodes from Gary Kasparov to many people came. Anish, Tanya also had come. I think. Thank you, Nandini. Jordan Thunder. Whoa! What? No way! Oh my. Bishop d4 and what we thought now it's going to be done. But Magnus is Magnus. Guys, can I say that I am actually speechless? I even would love to sit down right now. क्या चल रहा है? Oh my goodness. Like, why has he given a pawn here, first of all? What is the need? Like, क्यों देना था ये तुम्हें? ये नहीं मार सकते हो तुम, रिकवर भी नहीं कर सकते हो. इरादा क्या था तुम्हारा यहाँ पे? मुझे बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. I understand if this move, then it's a blunder. Because then both the knights cannot really move, yeah, from here. And then you take this thing over here. Maybe you go king g4, king f5. I don't know, like the computer knows whatever it is. But bishop d2 was out of question because your pawn is hanging. If you can save it, you will save it, right? What can stop you? Like literally, what can stop you? Is it g5? Because then you see, okay, I can't take this pawn over here. And then very soon he's going to play h5. He's going to exchange this and maybe the pawn is on light square. I have no idea. But out of all the mistakes which happened or which could happen, this might be my least expected mistake. Like, no way I could guess that. And he thought for what? 6 minutes here. नहीं यार. कैसे कर दिया ये तुमने? We really had hopes, Jordan. You created a masterpiece. Oof, you're gonna feel very, very bad about this. But don't. Because that's what I think Magnus' aura is. And he once again proves that I have the aura. I'm the goat. He wanted to play g3, but then saw knight g2 attacks the bishop. No, for g3 over here, it was knight f3 check. And when you move your king, you have to move your king and you lose this pawn. This was the calculation because after king... Oh, wait. There was more calculation because after king g2, you go back and yeah, you defend this. Okay, he played king g3. Knight f g2. Played by Magnus. And king g3, and maybe he thinks, okay, these guys are stuck over here because right now, yeah, one important point, he would have calculated the move g5, which is winning, by the way, because then you will take the pawn here. And maybe this is a position we need to try and understand slightly better. The knight wants to go back. If you take with the bishop, the knight g6 and then you recapture. So that is a great tactic there. And if you don't take, then you go over here, king g4. Let's say I do nothing and I go knight g6 back. Okay. So rook I just move, it was attacked. And now what do I do? Because... Oh, e4. Ye kya ho gaya? Wait. Oh, this was the only move Magnus had to find. He found where, because the pawn was hanging. Iske liye wasn't very difficult. But now it is threatening e3. And the position is equalized. Rook goes to a7 there. No, the position may be slightly dicey. Only move for Magnus. Is it easy, guys? What is the move which is needed to be played by black? If you can guess, then Magnus can guess. No, I don't think. I think if Magnus can guess, you cannot guess. That is how it should. King g8, not e3, because then bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, king takes h4. No, this wasn't the thing because that is a draw. Oh, I was wrong. So not bishop takes c3, but bishop c3 was the reason. Wow, you cannot defend. Ye knight mar jayega. Everything was all about g7. So that's why he goes king g8. Because now if bishop c3 attacking here, he wants to go g5. And cemento. Cemento. And look at Magnus. Does he already absolutely understand it's equal now? It's a fortress. Now Magnus still doesn't look confident. He looks confident. Now to me, he looks confident. Yeah, completely. Do you feel sad for Jordan or do you feel happy for Magnus? Or both? Staying up late to watch if Jordan wins. Arey, not wasted. You are seeing something amazing. Resilience you are seeing. The most important thing. Amrita, I have to study for my test tomorrow, but I don't want to leave, says Sai Saran. क्या बोलूँ ये 5 minute इसको 9 minute इसको 14 minute मतलब it will take another 15 minutes max, but it could end in 5 to 7 minutes. So if you're constantly going to feel bad for leaving 5 to 7 minutes and anyway going to be distracted, then better to focus over here properly. And when the game ends, better to get inspired and study. Otherwise, right now go from here and do not get distracted and just already start studying with the inspiration. Do one of the two things, yeah, as it is said, confusion is suffering. So that is unnecessary waste of time for sure. Happy for Magnus. I feel good. Sad for Jordan. Game is good. I'm so happy for Magnus. Both. Sad for Jordan. Oh, nice, yeah. Mixed reactions that few of you are sad for Jordan, few of you are happy for Magnus. There's no one clear like majority poll. I feel Magnus will end up winning under the time pressure, says Vinesh. Until this pawn exists, who knows? Because in a way, in effect, if you see, just one minor piece for one minor piece, and the knight actually 3 points value, 2 points is another 2 points, so 5 versus 5, it's equal material right now. Anish Giri has tweeted, guys, I'm ready to sell my Naiadov candidates files for a lot of Norwegian crowns or Danish, whichever more convenient. Sixth F4 is included in there. CCPH. Oh my god. What a tweet. Anish Giri. Smart boy. Smart boy. Robert. Smart boy. Sad for Jordan, but once again Magnus shows why is the goat. हाँ ना यार, पूरा ही पूरा लाल लाल होके अपन उनको भी लाल करवा दिया. Somehow सुनील लाल की याद आई. At this moment, it's Magnus Lal. And he definitely has cracked a joke on the board. So, Arey Robert Smart Boy is, I think, from Andaz Apna Apna. It's a old classic movie, funny movie. Is rook e7 good for Jordan? He's gone rook a4. I don't know if he realizes that Magnus again down to finding only move, guys. Before you even say and type, Magnus will find it. So don't even try. I'm not even asking you because you guys are very slow. And I don't enjoy it, you know. See, इसके लिए पूछा ही नहीं मैंने आपको. I mean, I have no trust on you guys. It's not fun at all. What do you think about Leon's stream? He's close to 1K subscribers. Arey, why is he close to 1K? He should be 1K. Guys, all those who have not seen Leon's channel, Leon Mendonça, he streams. He's an amazing streamer. He's so good at talking. I've not seen his streams like recently. But E3 found by Magnus. Now you'll see what's happening anyway. But please, if you have not subscribed, please go and subscribe to Leon's channel. बहुत मजा आएगा. Now takes and king h4 played by Jordan, but just to like, if you give a check here, king g4, I'm just trying to see ki when can I make a blunder, you know. I'm trying to take my knight here. Let's say you stop my knight going over there. Maybe I go king h7 with the idea of knight g8, knight f6. Maybe you go h4, I go knight g8, you go h5, I go knight f6, I go king f4. If I made all the moves which are not blunders, then Magnus is very easy, very easy. Currently 983 subs. Yeah, why don't only 17 of you guys? We are 1800 people. Only 17 of you. Can somebody put the link here? Oh, nice. No, we also have ChessBase India clips ka link. We have Chess Ranga ka link. Is it possible for anybody to put Leon's link here? Is rook e4 for Jordan? Yeah, king e4, rook e4, but it's no threat because the knight is escaping. Oh. Jordan tried his best, yeah. What I really liked is there were moments when he could have absolutely fizzled it out, but his confidence and his like the way he put pressure, I'm impressed with the play. I'm also happy. It was so much fun watching this game, no? So much fun. Learned a lot about Jordan, yeah. मजा ही आ गया. Very sad for him कि you know you make a mistake, you do everything well when it is not even expected कि भाई क्या ही किया, and then there is this moment when it's just not expected and suddenly a move like knight h4 and bishop d2 you play, it's just not expected because g3 is not working, then you go for g4, but then you see ghosts, yeah, somewhere after g5. So okay, let's look at. Oh, Arjun's game has ended in a draw. Look at them here. How did they finish? The final moments were. We saw g6 and did they repeat here? Okay, nothing much. I don't know how much practice. This is a game where I will come to this one moment. Yeah, this was a moment rook a5, but I really don't know how much we can say it was practical humanly and what was their assessment. If there will be an interview, I would love to hear the thoughts, but we will see. I think Arjun was still calm and fought well. So it's the last game going on right now. Last and best Van Foreest versus Magnus Carlsen. I'm sad for Magnus. He loses Elo even after a draw. Says Rahul Jain. Yes, you have to pay your taxes, no? You would prefer to earn and pay taxes than not earn and not pay taxes. Oh, link of Leon's channel has been posted by Sakar. Thank you so much. And let's see how many. 988 subscribers. Guys, 12 people. 12 people. And his last stream was Chess and Chill. Ooh, and do you know he plays amazing violin? I told him to play the violin sometime. I don't know if he's done it, but I'm sure one day he will play violin on the stream. And I'm sure we have a lot of musicians in this chat. I'm sure, I don't know. But tell me if it is true. Any of you over here play guitar or violin? If I, if I were Jordan in this position, I would somehow hang a fork and lose, says Toby. I like that. Look at Magnus is like, I think he saw something and then he realized, oh God, I just missed it, something. Guys, 996 subscribers for Leon. Thank you. Can we make just 4 more to go? I think many people connected with the violin, yeah? Sakar has shared the link above, guys. You could click there and subscribe to his channel. Leon, an amazing human being, grandmaster, super grandmaster, also very sweet boy. I mean, very nice. You know, all these guys, Leon, Prag, Ukesh, in their childhood, nice friendship. It used to be a lot of fun. Is it 1000? Is it 1000 done? Oh, 1000 done. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Awesome. I hope more, players are streaming and more you get to see them, interact with them, learn from them, ask them questions, and enjoy when they're doing it. But 1000 done. क्या बात है? क्या बात है? Super, super. Super duper. Happy, happy. This is what you guys are, no? Always supporting everyone. You don't even understand how big that thing is to be there and to be so. कौन सा आवाज आया? I have switched off, no? Was it Zoom? नहीं, Zoom भी नहीं था. Guys, are you also hearing any sound, or it's you don't get to hear any sound? ठीक है, but maybe I've muted. Jordan would have won if it was anyone other than Magnus sitting before him. The sight of Magnus instills some doubt always on opponents. It is in a way true that sometimes some decision making could go wrong. But I guess for Jordan today, what he showed was that look, you are Magnus and I don't care. And I think that was seen at especially move number, you know, wait, I'll tell you when. This move, 29th move, he gave a check. And here he could repeat. At least he could repeat even if he wants to change the move. But he did not want Magnus to get that advantage of that one extra move. So he didn't, which means he did not fall for Magnus effect. Actually, he was out of it. And he really did well, but quite unfortunate that closer to the end, at a moment when you don't expect from yourself also, a mistake happens. It's like, let's say you have a there's a grandmother, ठीक है, दादी है, पूरा जिंदगी भर बहुत मीठी मीठी बातें की, वेरी स्वीट स्वीट टॉक्स. सडनली एक दिन जब वो बहुत ओल्ड हो गए, 90 ईयर्स के, तब सडनली चिल्लाए तुम पे, कुछ तो अच्छा नहीं लगा करके. You don't expect that, right? Because you have been in that one character. So I think that's what Jordan. What? ये wait a second. रुकी फॉर, अरे बार को नहीं समझा. ठीक है, किसी ने मिस्टेक नहीं किया है. It's just the bar. See, it's all. Oh, but Magnus has to make knight b5, of course, because if he goes here, then there is the check rook e6 and you win the knight. What? No, this he cannot understand. Wait, is there anything? सैसे को पूछो यार. Guys, there is a move which is rook c4. पहले computer बोला 2.7, but now it's not that. But is the knight getting trapped? Because look, if the knight goes here, there is rook c6. The knight can't go here. The knight can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go here. एक ही मिनट पूरा कहानी, Magnus effect, everything. Guys, what's up? Oh. h5 was the only move here. Oh man, insane. नींद उड़ा दी मेरी किसने, ओ सनम ब्लंडर ने. h5 was the only move because you had to go king f4. And now the knight is hanging, so knight can't go here. You don't want to go anywhere. You want to keep it closer to the king, let's say. So knight h6 feels Good enough. Check diya, so then you can go king h7. Now if king g5 attacking the pawn on h5, which I believe Magnus would be looking at, you have to give up the pawn. You have to say ki ja beta ja, जी ले अपनी जिंदगी. And I believe it was this position which he had to believe that there's a fortress. Is it so easy though? I don't know. Oh, he finds rook c4. I'm gonna go to the main position, but guys, this is how it was there. The end thing was to bring the knight to f6, and it is a draw. If you bring the knight to f6, it's a draw. Okay, and this is how the draw was. But I guess Magnus did not go for it because it's not so easy to assess after losing the h5 pawn, and the knight is not easily reaching on f6. So it was just a miss. But I believe what he thought was rook e4, knight b5, and everything else like rook b4, suppose, knight c7. Yes, the slightly advantage, but you kind of get out. Yeah, you kind of wriggle out. Rook c4 is a nice move. How did Jordan find it? Was very easy explanation. You want to stop knight c7, you want to go far, and you want to stop knight d6. So both the moves are stopped, and these are not happening. And the knight and the king are too far. You know, like long distance relationship ho gaya, guys. Some problems here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Or maybe we need to keep this board when there is a lot of analysis because it gets complicated. And here you also have the live board. You're right. I would do that. Yeah, if even that is something new for us, that Magnus, getting in control something and then slipping away. This is new. Everything is changing, guys. The world cannot be the same. Only change is permanent. King at 7, gone. He had to find what? Rook c6. Correct. Why is the engine saying it is not a good idea? Because only move for black once again. What to do? You want to bring the knight closer. Should you go here? But then rook d6. Knight cannot go anywhere here. Again, if I go knight b5, this is too tough. I think you cannot make exact precise moves all the time. He's going towards the knight, but the move is g6. Are you crazy that you're going to play g6? Like, no way that you want to do that at all. But the whole idea is to, keep the knight defended. He goes knight d4. The move I was looking at. Like, will Jordan go for rook d6? Natural, because it's a threat. And also it stops any other move. But wow, so many mistakes. So many mistakes are happening and will happen. Okay, for knight b5, how easy or tough is rook d8? Because rook c6, we reach the same position. Rook d7, if you go, then the king comes to g6 and you get some time in hand. And why is rook d8 important is basically you have stopped anything like king g8. And now if g6, at this point, it's not working because knight is not reaching f5. I've been here since 9 a.m. IST North Carolina. This has been a great day of chess. Agreed. Found. Jordan finds it. Amazing. Thank you, Boggy. 5 hours and I'm exhausted. I can only imagine how tired. I was in between. I was a bit tired and then I saw the blunder and then it's awakened me. This is like watching a test match. Yeah, Magnus and his end games. Ye to game. I think even for Sagar to do the commentary tomorrow on this game, it's going to be long. For the editors, Ravindra uncle who edits, it's going to be a long game. You never want such long games generally, but this one is amazing one. This one you are going to enjoy. Be it editing, be it commentating. Crazy. Yaz is solid. Oh, re? Because he was the only one who won with out of the 5 people who were in lead. Andy lost. Van Foreest was on how many points? 1.5. Okay. Okay, rook d6. Let's focus. What is Magnus thinking? He's thinking of 14 seconds. Full screen पे जाना तो है मुझे. Knight b5. Yeah. Are they going to repeat? क्या खेला? Oh, he didn't find it. Goes rook d7. As I said, very difficult position to make perfect moves. Impossible. मतलब वो बोलते हैं ना डिक्शनरी में impossible is not a word, but bar dance is happening, guys. It's a roller coaster. Even the bar doesn't understand. So the point was knight b5, rook d8 was important to create a zugzwang like situation. If king g6, now rook d7, which was, I don't even know how to explain this. It's out of my capacity. Rook d7, it's out of Magnus's capacity. I mean, how will you know what to do? Knight c3 khela hai. Now king f5. Okay, this is an easy move though, because your king, whenever it can get activated, you will. Plus the king controls e4, rook controls this. Will he go knight e2? Because if knight e2, look at the knight. Oh, it's getting trapped. But this trap will be easy, no? If you go rook d3, this is pretty easy. The knight is getting cornered. g3 ko pakad liya. What do you do now? h5 with the idea of h4 and going knight g3. That's possible. But then king g5. Okay. Even if I win material and your knight is still... I can't take it though. Knight f4 check aayega. So he goes knight e2. और क्या है? Let's try. Let's keep this for a while. 1500 elo game on board. No, this one is I would say one of the toughest positions they have with 1 minute, under 1 minute, where you really need... Look at Magnus. He feels the tension. I'll tell you, another 5 times blunder is going to happen. 5 times more. The board is attracting me to play h4 for white. Rook e7. Why would he not go for rook d3 and control? Stop knight g3. Maybe knight g3 is not a problem here. Yeah, knight g3, king g4. But now there is a problem because Magnus gets the knight slightly better. Knight d4. He's happy with that move. That's why not rook e7. Knight d4 given. Now if king e4, he will attack that. Again knight e2. Because again knight g3 is coming. King f3, knight d4. Arey yaar. So he had to play rook d3, yaar. It was important. Rook d3, king g4. Such hard work you've done to get that knight on the behind ranks, on the back ranks, you know, from your perspective, from his perspective. So, okay. Still not clear because the natural moves, they can be wrong many times, and that's why such positions are tricky. And majorly when you have no time left on your clock, any position is tricky. What's happening 5 minutes ago? It was equal and now he's getting crushed. Yes, sometimes superficially everything looks equal, but you know, at a deeper level, it's much more masala to it. King goes to f4. Not even king e4 because he doesn't want to repeat. Now what? How do you improve? You can't take... Still the knight can't go much. If you go knight c6, Then again you try to get, the rook stopping the knight movements, because this will be controlled, everything. So not knight c6, which means get the king out. When everything is settled, get the king out. So that you can try for even something like king h5, king h4. If h5 you get, yeah, king g6 Magnus. You need to play that. 26 seconds on your clock. In fact, real mein 20, it's super aligned, yeah. What a timing. Normally it's huge. Normally there is huge difference between Leech's timing and the main timing. He does it. He does it. We may be talking about mistakes and all of that, but at the end of it, guys, even if you try the position where it had rook versus this knight and try to play with your friends and see how many, like, your every single move is going to be a mistake. 69th move, guys. King g6. Rook e4, knight again goes to... Oh, we are reaching the same idea. Oh, rook c4. Will it be photographic draw? Do you know photographic draw? Are the moves for white too hard to find under time pressure? Yeah, I think some moments, like some precise moves which are slightly out of the way, are difficult. And if it is connected with a long idea, maybe, long calculation, then you don't have practically enough time. Like if you have 2 seconds, you know the move which you want to make, like if you have 1 second, but physically sometimes you cannot make. Similarly, physically to calculate a variation sometimes is difficult with 30 seconds. Even half wits, no, that is not true. You cannot win this so easily. Boggy says, I'm a professional video editor and a chess lover. I've worked with a lot of big companies. If you require anyone, I'm here. Thank you, Boggy. You can definitely drop in a message on a mail, and anytime if there is anything, we will definitely check it out. But at this moment, yeah, we have an amazing team. King starting to go to h5. Again, Jordan is winning, guys. This is converting. This is what we were looking at. Magnus played the move king h5, which the Indians also recommended because they don't really understand what's going on. So, Indian ka bar right now is as good as non-existent. It's fake. As good as it is fake, it's as good as false astrology. So king e5 has been played. Now I don't see how this knight cannot get tracked. Oh, rook c5 is coming, and you are going to push it even further to the last rank. King h5, king e5. Oh, I know what Magnus is doing. So Magnus is basically going to say, okay, let me lose my knight, but my one pawn. So we're going to reach a position with king and rook versus king and pawn. But that theoretical position which we will get will favor whom? Look, Magnus just shook his head. He's not happy. Oh, rook c5. यार ये तो मैं भी ढूंढ लूंगी. Rook c5 खराब है क्या? Knight a7. आगे क्या है? Rook c7. He didn't play rook c5. What did he play? What? Why? What is king e6? Knight a3 draw. Yes, Omkar, but yeah, because the knight is... You go rook c1, then again knight b5, yeah? Yeah, he finds it, man. Magnus Carlsen goes knight a3. Magnus trying his best. Magnus's moves are difficult for the Indian to understand so many times, and then slowly it settles. Rook d4. I still, at least at this moment, because I would not know why rook c5 you would not play a move like rook c5. What stopped him? Maybe he did not find a plan. It's possible, but this was completely winning. We'll get back there right now. We'll stay on the live board. Rook d4. It's a draw. Magnus goes back with the knight. Jordan is not able to find a plan. Everybody is placed very well. It's like मौका मिलते ही मैं घर से बाहर निकलूंगा. I just want to get out of the house. He goes rook d3, but you can feel his body language is not happy. मौका मिल गया. The king is free from this prison. He's going ahead. Carlsen is not Magnusing today. That is true, yeah. Imagine Jordan having a bishop instead of a rook. Avinash says to win against Magnus, you have to squeeze water from the dry stone in the world. Or there is never water in the stone, it just feels there is. Possible. I am sad for Jordan also, happy for Magnus also, but I think the way Jordan has tried, I haven't recently seen such a level of pressure anybody could put on Magnus. Yeah, true. It's amazing, brilliant. H5. Now I don't think much tricks will be there. Yeah, I don't think from now Jordan will have any time a winning position. Look at Magnus. He shook his face again. That okay, now it's done. Now I know it's a draw. Like for sure. Like if you go king f5, the knight is going to run. He goes rook b3. If you give a check, there's this. Yeah, and now you can't stop g4. So close, very, very close. You know, it's like almost there. It's like 99 पे out हो गया, सेंचुरी से just रह गया. Just calmly Magnus is playing. Also, Jordan understands, but you should have hopes, yeah? You should always have hopes. A lot of questions, yeah. Move 72, like a lot of analysis we have to do after the game ends. Right now, I'm just staying here because people want to see the live game. We have 2,300 people watching, and the way the finale was, I would say, I think 40th move and later something so interesting is uh, is a new thing. This endgame, the whole material balance, and how exactly White was winning was not so clear. Even if yes, he was winning, but I don't know if the computer was right or towards the end it would have changed. We need to really be sure about it. Now I'm thinking Magnus can win. He's scary. No, Magnus cannot win. Like again, that's not happening. If that happens, I think Jordan will have the feeling of throwing those glasses, those clubs, those cups, everything he would want to throw inside, of course, not in physical form. Oh, what? All of what I said, he had to go what, knight a7 was the only move, but he went knight a3. Oh, king f5. According to the Indians, king f5, if you take here, there is check. Oh, that's why he didn't have to go knight a3. Check. King g2, rook a3, this is winning. Arey, knight a belong to a7. Now constantly it's coming in the tactics. How did Magnus play that? But what if g4? Hg4, hg4, king f4. Oh my god! All this lecture which right now is giving for nothing. Knight a3 is a blunder, and it seems that it could be the final blunder by Magnus Carlsen, because this time it is reaching a stage of like king f5 played by Jorden, and oh, it's forced. He goes knight b1, but rook c4 check. रुक c4 check देना था भाई, क्या कर रहे हो आप? Wasn't this winning? Okay, rook c2 he played, because I think he's again looking at trapping the thing, but g4, escape again. Oopsie. Jorden got a chance and it wasn't a final blunder. So as I predicted, maybe 5 blunders each are gonna happen, and it's not a poor play, guys, because the position is very difficult. Those who think it's poor play, it's only because that your play is poor. Oh my god. Oh my god, they've been playing for like 6:30 to 11, 5 hours 20 minutes. It's 81st move. It's been an intense game from the beginning. Sicilian knight off by Magnus Carlsen. And every move they were thinking, it has been, there's some games where you're very well prepared, but here they had to think. It was an intense battle. वापस गया knight a3. अरे वापस एक chance. Go back. Can I not go rook c3 this time, or knight b5? Okay. So the idea is to go rook c5. But rook b2 is played. Okay. You still can't take here. But what's stopping Magnus from g4? Because maybe he thinks that that's not winning. That's why he's not playing g4. So g4, hg4, hg4, rook g2, attacking the pawn here. King h3, rook g4. And Magnus is thinking that is lost, because the king and the knight are very far. Very quickly to show you guys, g4, hg4, hg4, rook g2. This, oh, he played. This, he's thinking, but this is lost. Oh, this is happening. This is lost. It's going towards the finish. 2 minutes, 20 seconds for Jorden. Man. Might be the maximum mistakes by Magnus Carlsen though, because normally his opponents make the mistake. He is not the one. Oof, realizes. He realizes. And Jorden, look at him. He's got this energy again. Yes, I've spotted it. It's happening. And finally, I deserved this win. For the whole pressure I put on you, I made you make these many blunders. Has anyone done that before? No, I am the one. So please let me take this home. That's what he's saying. Are there going to be any more, guys, twists in this? I don't know. But it's definitely Michael Jorden, which we can say over here. Michael Jorden. I can see Jorden missing again. How? King f4 or rook g2 are the best moves. He goes for king f4. And the knight is here. Now threat is made. You can't even think of knight c4. 2,500 people watching. Problem is his king can't escape. Absolutely. If g3, then you threaten a mate from behind. If king h5, again you go king f5. And then if king h4, you go rook g2, threatening to win. Because once you've picked up the pawn, the point is the king and knight are very far. The knight should get trapped. Magnus goes king h5. Okay. You have to go king f5. Very, very critical. Important. Don't give a check and then try to win this pawn thinking that it's similar. Look, this will be a draw if you do it this way. The knight quickly jumps in. But if you do it this way, where king goes to f5, king goes to h, and in such a scenario, let's say rook g4, the knight has to go only to c2. It cannot escape from other places. But a king is kept in the corner. The knight also is not easy. Still, there are things to figure out. Oh, this is still not so easy. I think we'll go there and then analyze, because it will reach over there. G3, and maybe it's not so easy. Yeah, not so easy still, guys. Not so easy. Look at Magnus, looking at the score sheet. And you have to play all these tough calculations with 40 and 50 seconds on the clock. It's unbelievable. Must be the toughest game Magnus has played classical recently. Wow. He will take the pawn, yeah? King h5 ke baad? No, king f5, you mean. This is scary to think what their brain is going through. I agree. Arey, ruk. Kaha? Nahi, ruko. Ruko, bhai. Oh, no. Rook a2. Why? The knight was waiting, to just completely get out. Like, how? Not this move, Jordan. Like, why would you allow it to go somewhere? Maybe, I think maybe what he thought was some sort of tactic, like, God knows what. God knows what, but some sort of tactic. Okay. It just shows that the energy of the players is over, almost over. And sometimes they will find good moves, sometimes they will not. And the brutality of the game, you have to have other elements other than chess as well, which are energy management. Are you getting a chance again after knight a3? Yes, you are getting a chance again. In fact, a bigger chance. Then rook c5 check. Because if you go here, rook c6, threatening a mate. If you go here, rook c3 check. He goes rook c3 directly. This is also winning. Because if knight goes here, there is a check and you win the piece. Knight has to go here. Only move. But then, oh. Wait. He goes knight b1. Arey, board kahan gaya? Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. क्या हो गया? Sorry guys, I didn't even understand what just happened. It was such a critical moment. Everything happened without the board, or what? Ah. Okay, very quick. Resignation over there. And Magnus Carlsen loses the game. Jorden van Foreest beats Magnus Carlsen in a super beautiful, amazing game. I'm just going to show you what happened. But this was a battle to... he's like, oh, you could have played this. And he's like, yeah. I mean, it was like obvious. Wow, it's so good to see they're analyzing the... And he's smiling. Wow. Okay, this is a new Magnus here, yeah? A comedy of errors. I have not seen Magnus like after... I think this is the statement which is making that you played amazing chess. You deserve it. And no, I have not seen Magnus like this. It's brilliant. I'm so happy to see this, actually. That much interest was there in the game. I will show you. I'll bring the board and just quickly... Wow, but Jorden van Foreest did manage to create a masterpiece. And I think Magnus is not even looking at like I have to go or anything of that sort. This was so rich in... like he's sitting there ki relaxed ki bhai analysis karte hai. Kya ho kya raha tha? Yeah, you missed the end game. I'm so sorry. Wait, I want to show you. I mean, from which point did you miss? I think I was over here. King f5, knight b1, right? This was the point. And he went rook c2. Okay, Jorden went rook c2 here. he had to play check. He had to give the pawn and he had to take this pawn, which we were looking at ki bhai ho kya raha hai. If knight d2 is played, because your knight is coming in the game, then there was this check to the king. King had to leave the third rank, and now you are pinning the knight and you cannot defend. So that's how you win this piece. h4 ko maar doge. So in this checks and pins, the knight was getting trapped, which was in time pressure too much to see at a physical level. So if we go back, he went rook c2, okay, naturally stopping knight d2 and knight c3. And Magnus went knight e3, again a natural move, because this is the moment which we were looking at, hg, 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 suppose. And king f4 with the threat of mate here. If king h5, king f5, no wait, if king h5, then king e3, and trying to trap the knight, because now you're controlling this. So you need to have the rook on b3 to trap the knight, basically. If g3 here, then rook c1, the knight has to go to a3 because there are not many squares. Now rook c3 with, if we get our idea, if he goes knight b1, then rook b3, yeah, we get the knight trap. And if knight b5, because the king is on h5, we get check and win the piece. So this was another way to go for. So he went knight a3 here, again a natural move, okay. Maybe I will show on the main screen so that it will be easier. So he went knight a3 again here, and Jordan had to play rook c5, but he played rook b2, okay. The reason he had to play rook c5 was to control this. Again, if knight b1 would have played, we have seen rook c4 check, and the same thing which was happening, king takes g5. This is hanging. I don't know if we analyze this, but something like h4. Oof. No, this was again how tough it is. Very tough. King g3, rook b2, knight d2. Arey हाँ, और rook b2 trap हो गया ना, because wherever you go. So this is the main trick. Where the king is, you will win the knight with either a pin or a check. So g4 khela, hg4, hg4, king f4, and they reached this position where rook a2 was a mistake and king f5 was important. This is where we were. King h4, rook g2, and now you take the pawn. And here we didn't get time to analyze, but here we were looking at knight moves, check, and the king goes suppose h2, which was quite pretty tough, because if king h4, then it's easy. Yeah? Rook g1, attack here, and I'm threatening a checkmate. So the king always tries to not get into the checkmate ideas. But I anyway simply just wait and cover the cut off your king. Once again, your knight, if it tries to give check to me, then here comes an important moment. King f3, knight is attacked, check, then king g4. If knight goes back, then check. Pushing the king to the last rank here. Still, I have to be very careful. These are the theoretical book positions in general, not king g3, because I get then knight e1, king f1 later, and that's sorted. But king f3, because now if knight e1, I have king e2. Now if knight e2, I have rook waiting move. Look at the knight. Can't go anywhere. The king can't go anywhere. That's what the king did. And if check here, now king f3. Now you can't go here because there is a pin. You can't go here. You can't go here. So knight has to leave the thing and go over here. And then you are giving the checkmating ideas. Knight goes over here. Again, you push the king somewhere else. King f2. And yeah, you will eventually win that way. Oh my god. So guys, firstly, study rook knight versus rook versus knight and the kings. ये तो बहुत टफ था यार. I would say this endgame was worthy of 2700. The final mistake I would say rook a2 जब हुआ ना, he went knight c4, he went rook c2. Here Magnus actually had a great chance to let go of a3 square and to go knight b6. This was a great chance to escape, but then because the king is wherever it goes, it's not coming in the picture of any sort of check. But he missed it. Your mind has to then shift, suddenly to other place. He missed it. He went knight a3, and now it became much easier in the whole situation, because after all the king was here, everything was perfectly placed with rook c3. You couldn't go here because of check. And now after rook d3, waiting move. If king h4, then you have attack and checkmate. If king g6 here, you just simply take the pawn, and then you again bring your king tongue control here, rook b3, trap the knight. 88 moves. What a game. Look at Magnus. I mean, he's lost and he's smiling, and he's also happy with the game, the quality, like it's impressive. Well done. Too good. मजा ही आया. And here you have of course is not very happy, but oof, wow. Okay, Erdo. Hi Amrita, how are you? Are you sure about the 5 points for the winner of the tournament? Aha. Well. It's a challenge, but I have to stick to what I said. No, I cannot change my word anymore. That would be, I wouldn't like it. So yeah, let's go with the challenge. Let's continue it. And yeah, your boy is leading. So Yaz is leading the event, guys. Oh, there was a one question at move number 72. Why rook c5 with the so move number 72, did we not analyze? Wait a second. King e5. Yeah, over here you said why not rook c5? G5 check. So you were not winning the knight. There was g5. You had to go king e5, and it would be something similar to. We had such positions, yeah, quite often here. बहुत सारा chat में I think a lot of things were going on. Wendy, thank you so much. 5.5 hours because of you all watching here, and because Magnus, and I think even if one person was watching, even if zero, I think such a game. I am so happy that I did not miss this game. I'm happy that you guys are also witnessing. There is a transition which is happening, some sort of I would not be able to say, because Jordan showed a lot of psychological strengths over here. At the same time, Magnus, certain kind of moves we did not expect from him, but it just also showed that the tournament was pretty the game was pretty tough. That's over there, the arbiter. Dilip Kumar, can you please write a little bit more? I think I asked you, is it about a product or is it about something else? एक बार please बताना. But after this game, Magnus is not more the endgame goat. Endgame goat, I mean, just with this one game, I would not still take away that title. Definitely not, because I believe the kind of difficult situation he was in, to be able to pull off such level of counterplay, if it was anybody with black pieces, it would have been over like way early. The kind of resources and resilience Magnus showed, I doubt if how many people can show it at this moment. But yeah, mistakes were happening. But also to understand like how difficult the end game was, when you play the same end game with half an hour on the clock and with, let's say, slightly more energy, and when you play the same end game with 30 seconds, one thing is very clear, that Magnus's energy levels will get impacted with age and, with things changing. This has happened to every chess player, in a way, every top chess player, and it's a part of it. So the only thing about Magnus for all of us was, is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Is it going to happen again and again? Is it going to happen once in a while? So that will only be seen in this year, because he has a lot of classical tournaments. And okay, let's see, it's nice. Mehmetto, thank you for the Turkish, right? 44. But yeah, Yaz, I think, is doing really well. So congrats to you. I want support for playing chess. So yeah, you mail if there is something, like the team will check, and if there is anything, then they will get reply to you. But yeah, if there is anything, then they will reply. But it's not like every mail is replied. So it's not necessary that you will get a reply. Depends. But yeah, you're an OP guys, and too good game. What was your favorite moment of in this game? Some favorite moments, guys. All those who watched from Moon number one. I got to go prepare for my tournaments. Hey, Charan, array, all the best. This was a great preparation already. So now you can prepare more. So the standings are Yaz, Kaan, Erdogmus, 3. Whoa, the 14-year-old is leading? Wait a second. Let's go to the standings. Oops, I should have saved it because there was so much analysis. Okay, gone. Fine. So Yaz leading with 3 points. Yaz leading with 3 points. Abdusattorov 2.5. Arjun 2.5. Van Forest 2.5. Magnus on 2. Woodward on 2. Zhu Jiner 1.5. And Nils on 0. Tough one. Today's Jordan and Zhu Jiner, I think. Oh, both of them with J in their names. Interesting. Were definitely the heroes of the day, I would say now. And tomorrow we don't have maybe pairings yet. Yeah, no boards yet. So tomorrow's pairings we don't have yet over here. But last day, Ardo, is going to be awesome because it's Yaz versus Magnus. And if, imagine that too, if it is a title match, like Magnus has to beat Yaz, because now he's 1 point lower. And if he has to beat Yaz, and then it will go to, I don't know if it is tie break or not, that would create epic interest. Though I think, who does Yas play tomorrow? Do you know? Andy Woodward. Oh, two youngsters. And Andy did have a difficult day today. So that's cool. So I'll see. This game will go into the history books, especially for the end game. Yeah, I think if Dvoretsky's book, I think this would have taken at least 100 pages. And seeing two Knight of Sissi. Oh, yes. Fendi. That's such a good point. Because both with the white pieces and Knight off. Man, how rare such a situation is. Okay, but I think Jordan has shown that you can beat Magnus Carlsen in a way of out preparing, outplaying, bringing him in time pressure, and all the kinds of thing, and being confident, not repeating, not fizzling out for a draw. So Jordan will be the one who might be the game changer and giving confidence to many others. So yeah, this was amazing. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take your leave because it was a very long day. So I'm also very tired. So I must go right now. You should have a good time also. And tomorrow we are going to meet. And uh, Dilip, you please reply a message, mail over there, and the team will take care. Everybody is busy traveling right now. So please, if there is anything, a good story there, it will be looked into. But nothing will happen in 1 day, 2 days. So it would be nice if you can have some patience and wait, because uh, nothing is going to happen immediately. So in the chat you can write once is different, but I would request you to not spam it tomorrow in the chat, and you could forward the mail again maybe, and yeah, it will take some time. Okay, so yeah, keep working anyway. It would be great. Keep working every day, and maybe better to share how you're working, what you're working on, how's your chess going, and share some nice comments, in the chat, that you can do, like anything which is productive. It would be nice. So physical fitness, stamina required to play for so long is so important. Oh, 100%. But I think Magnus definitely always has that, because he's such a sporty person. um few few chess players are only, I think, like that. Not everyone. Good night, everyone. I like that final, and make Isa smile upon your chess games. Okay, so take care and bye, and take care and stay motivated, everyone, no matter what.